Good morning. I declare this meeting of Kempsey Shire Council open on this day, the 15th of November 2022. A couple of housekeeping items. I remind all people attending this meeting that it is being webcast on YouTube with audio and vision. A recording of the meeting is available on the internet and is required to be available for 12 months. Private recordings, including taking photographs by members of the public gallery, are not allowed. The definition of what a photograph involves is that it is a recording of light. Only members of the media are allowed to make a recording. And you may leave if you wish, if you don't want to follow my instructions. Regrettably, at the September Council meeting, one member of the gallery took a furtive photograph of other people in the gallery. This photograph was then put up on social media site without permission of the subjects or me. This must not happen again. The prohibition of recordings, which includes taking photographs, is to maintain the integrity of the meeting's proceedings. To be clear, as chair of the meeting, I will not accept any member of the public gallery taking photographs and interrupting the important work of council. The only exception to this is if prior permission is sought for a specific reason. Citizenship ceremonies, of course, will have time for photographs. All members of the Kempsey Shire community are welcome to attend council meetings to observe. Please refrain from interjecting or undertaking any behaviour, including the taking of photographs, that will stop councillors from making their important tasks of decision making. Please ensure all devices, like mobile phones, are on silent mode. On behalf of Council, I welcome all people in the public gallery and observing live on the internet to our meeting today. Councillors in attendance are Councillor Dean Saul, Councillor Anthony Patterson, Councillor Alexandra Wyatt, Councillor Kerry Riddington, Councillor Simon Ferguson, Councillor Kinney Ring, Councillor Scott Butterfield, and Councillor Arthur Bain. Council staff in attendance are Mr. Craig Milburn, the General Manager, Mr. Steve Mitchell, Director Corporate and Commercial, and Mr. Daniel Thorogood, Manager Governance and Information Services. We have an apology from Mr. Michael Jackson, Director of Operations and Planning, who has to attend another meeting. We will now commence the meeting. Councillor Ferguson, would you present item 1, the prayer, please?
Dear Lord, help us in our deliberations today so that our decisions will be for the greater good for the whole of Kempsey Shire. Amen.
Amen. I'd ask Councillor Bain to do acknowledgement of country, please.
Thank you. Barang marang. Dangati guten ditten bari. Nyanambu bita. Nyanambu waro bukul. Bandunga kai malamangu. Dangati guten ditten bari. Ganang maranga. Titinja baria. Barang boom. So what I said was, good morning. This is Dungari country from the river and the flat country from the mountains to the ocean. This is Dungari country. May you be well in this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, and thank you, Councillor Ferguson. We now come to item 4, confirmation of minutes. The recommendation is there before you. Do we have a mover that the minutes be accepted? Councillor Saul. A seconder, please. Councillor Butterfield. Are there any questions or amendments? No one wishing to speak. I'll put the confirmation of minutes. Will they be confirmed? Is there any dissent? I declare it carried. We've now come to item 5, disclosures of interest. If any councillor has a disclosure of interest to make about any items on the agenda. There are no disclosures, thank you. We now come to item 6, items passed by exception. The list of items are listed before you. Does anyone, first of all, wish to withdraw any items? And after that, I'll ask for any questions on any of the items that are not being withdrawn. Councillor White.
Sorry to do this to you, but I want to withdraw 9.4, 5, 6, 7 for all of them except 9, 10, 11. And 9.1. So 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.8. And have a question on 9.9.
So the only ones you're not withdrawing are 9.9 and 9.10?
The only one I'm not withdrawing is 10 and 11. 9, 10 and 11.1.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And 11.1 you're not withdrawing?
Not withdrawing 11.1,
Okay.
not withdrawing 9.10.
And the
And regarding 9.9, it's just a question, so it may not have to be withdrawn.
Okay, well, we'll have your question. Thank you. On 9.9, acting general manager appointment. Councillor White.
Yeah, so that one's just about that various staff act, or not various staff, that the two directors act in the general manager's role while general manager's on leave. So my question was, is that standard procedure? There's no expressions of interest process. There's no opportunity for different staff to be in that role. And is that just legislated in the Local Government Act?
Thank you, Councillor White. Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, the standard practice is that when a general manager is on leave, whether it's annual leave, sick leave, other reasons for absence, that one of the directors will act in that role. And different councils will have slightly different processes about how they actually go about that. The way we do it here is that we have this resolution, should council adopt it today, which would have our Director of Corporate and Community stand in as the General Manager generally. If he is unable or unwilling for any particular reasons, we then pass it on to the next Director. The opportunity to act as the General Manager is important in terms of succession planning and experience. So we do try and share it between the two directors so that they actually both get a chance to actually be in that role and undertaking that role. And that's really the way we actually do it. We just need a resolution of council to ensure we've got their authority to come in, because they come in not just the general manager, but they take all the delegation to the general manager as well.
Yeah, thank you. That was my questions around that succession planning and career development. Thank you. So I don't want to withdraw it.
Okay, thank you. So we've still got 9.9, 9.10 and 11.1 in the items passed by exception. Are there any other questions on any of those two items, 9.9 and 9.10? If you have a question on 11.1, it would have to be asked in confidential. So any questions on 9.9 and 9.10? If not, I'll ask for a mover, please. Councillor Ring, please. Seconder, please. Councillor Bain. And, well, all of you have decided they should be kept in, so I'll put the motion that those be passed by exception. Any dissent? Declare it carried. Thank you. We now come to Merrill minutes, and the published ones that have been changed since yesterday afternoon. There is now a Merrill minute, and because it wasn't put out for the general public, I will read the Merrill minute. It's a declaration of statewide road emergency, and the purpose of this Merrill minute is that we join with Local Government New South Wales and Country Mayors Association of New South Wales in declaring a statewide road emergency. The resolution is on your screen. I say move that, and I'll now speak to the motion. We are all aware Kempsey Shire has been hit by a seemingly relentless wave of heavy rain and flood events in the last 2 years. We're not alone. A total of 126 of New South Wales' 128 local government areas have had natural disasters declaration within the last 12 months, according to the President of Local Government New South Wales, Daria Turley. And it's ongoing. As you would know, at the moment, Forbes is about to be hit with another major flood. Yungara had over 100 people evacuated by helicopter yesterday because the floodwaters flowing through the town is so swift the SES couldn't launch rescue boats. This declaration, an urgent call for New South Wales and federal governments to increase their existing road funding commitments in the wake of the floods, comes on the back of an estimated $2.5 billion in road damage and a collapse of the local government and regional road networks. I call on Kempsey Council to show our support for this move and wholeheartedly endorse the local government New South Wales declaration of statewide road emergency. We have faced and may continue to face an unprecedented, unrelenting series of natural disasters that have seen residents and business owners cleaning up again and again, people isolated, workers unable to get to work, and students unable to get to training or school. Add to this our very real and immediate concerns for our primary producers. This latest rain event has hit at a critical time, and as I said, it's continuing across the state. Winter crops are ready to be harvested, and the window for planting summer crops, including cotton, only lasts a matter of weeks. Cotton is the single largest contributor to our agricultural outputs. The local and regional road network is critically enabling infrastructure. It is vital to our primary producers and the key to keeping our affordable food on the table across New South Wales and beyond. Our road network and the road network of shires across the state have disastrous damage. We are facing a task that is beyond the reasonable scope of any local government authority. We face an unprecedented disaster that requires an unprecedented response. We need help. Our community needs help. Our regional and rural communities across the state and beyond need help. We desperately need our leaders to lead. We need to support our peak bodies in the declaration of statewide road emergency. This is an emergency and it is time to seek help. And by supporting this Merrill Minute, you are endorsing that I write to the Honourable Anthony Albanese MP, Prime Minister of Australia, and the Honourable Dominic Perrottet MP, Premier of New South Wales, pleading for immediate action. Thank you very much. Anyone here wish to speak to the Merrill Minute motion? Councillor Saul and then Councillor Patterson. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I endorse your proposed Merrill Minute wholeheartedly. This Merrill Minute endorses my advocacy, and I think Scott would join me in that wholeheartedly, saying that improvements to local roads. Every dollar that we can contribute to our roads is important for our community. Our roads are our lifeblood. And those that can see that know full well that we need to have better and better roads. Governments, unfortunately, at times have other considerations, but road network continues to have our state going forward and our local shire going forward. So, Mr. Mayor, I do hope that our Local Government Association goes hard on this and fights hard for this, because all of our state is suffering. We drive through parts of the shire, of the state, and we see there other roads also, and even worse than many here in our shire. So I really hopefully ask you all to support this wholeheartedly, get this moving, and that we go as hard as we can to both sides of government, Mr. Mayor, to hopefully get enough funding to get our roads in a proper state so community can go forward and we are safer on our roads, because road safety is so important. If we don't have that, we don't have a strong community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Councillor Patterson, please.
Thank you. I suppose mine is a question, may lead to an amendment. I don't know if amendments are allowable on a Merrill Minute.
Yes, they are. Of course they are.
In the Merrill Minute,
don't really discuss the latest technology in repairing and rebuilding roads and making sure that all the grant fund money is spent effectively to deliver the most economical benefit for that monies to the community. I was wondering if there was any way of putting that in there, because we speak about roads and we look at our roads and we're asking the government to give us money to repair the roads the same way we're doing them. I'm considering and I'm concerned that we do the same thing, we'll get the same result. So that's what I was wondering, if the roads, if there was some way that the government would look at the latest technologies, possibly, you know, to deliver this and make that across the board, so we're all working on the same playing field and we all get this the same result for the money that's going to be spent in the communities, because it will be quite a bit of money if it comes.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager, could you give me any advice on an amendment that would strengthen this along the lines of what Councillor Patterson is saying?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, I'll give you some comments, I guess.
Yes.
I think the intent of the Shires Association or the local government, New South Wales and the country mayors, is that this really is about the political side. It's not about how it's being done. It's actually more that political, getting the political will at a federal and state level to actually provide funding to it. They wouldn't get mixed up into dictating to councils how they fix their roads and the methods, the technologies and that they use. It's the councils throughout the state will all do things differently based on history to some extent, based on the funding, so what equipment, what skill sets, those sorts of things they have, and also based on their geography and geology. Even for us here locally, fixing a road on the floodplain, you use different techniques to fixing a road, you know, up in the hills and that sort of thing differently. So I think I would probably advise against trying to put an amendment in around that, because I don't think that's the intent of this mayoral minute. I take Councillor Patterson's point that and something we certainly are doing, and we've seen that recently with the new jet patcher. It's new technology. It's the best technology you can actually get in terms of that sort of method. It uses smaller blue metal. It actually binds to the holes better and things like that. So, you know, councils will be in different places in their ability to use new technology.
And how much they cost? This jet patcher costs about $500,000, and that's working now on our road. So that's amazing use of technology. So hopefully, Councillor Patterson, you accept that we'll just go with what's there at the moment.
Yeah, thank you. The question had to be asked, and thank you for the answer.
Thank you.
Mr. Milton.
Councillor Riddington, would you like to speak, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this motion wholeheartedly and the mayoral minute. One just quick question. Has the 1.1 billion, is that what they're offering, and what's the significant increase we want? Do we know?
No, I don't. But no idea.
Yeah, but ballpark? Again, sorry, is it the political thing?
The funding being requested is 1.1 billion. There would have been a very broad estimate done by the Local Government Association and Country Mayors Association. Would have done a fairly broad estimate. I know we haven't done a detailed estimate here. We do know that we've got significant damage because of the prolonged wet.
Sorry again, Mr. Mayor, Mr. General Manager. That's not how that reads to me. It's like an acceleration and significant increase in funding for the 1.1 billion. So are we asking for more than the 1.1?
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, no, this is asking for that funding to be brought forward. Yeah, and so it can be spent now.
And the roads need fixing now. Yes, thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Wyatt, please.
That would still have to, so would councils just be outright allocated that, or would we have to apply for grants? And so there's no guarantee that all of those councils that are affected by floods, you mentioned 100 and whatever, a lot, hundreds. Do they have to apply, or is this just outright allocate a certain amount of money to councils? Because that would be beneficial, I believe.
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah.
I think there's three streams we're talking about here.
Yeah, yes. My understanding what they're looking at, these are block grants that are given on a formula basis. My understanding of the breakdown of that formula would be given to the councillors, and that is based on their road network.
Oh, cool. So you don't have to actually apply.
I don't believe we would.
That would be good.
Okay, thank you. Any further debate?
A question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, do you believe Council and the association will lobby government closer to state election to try and get a bit more funding?
Oh, it's going to be ongoing, in my opinion, Councillor Saul, and we have to keep fighting for our local communities and their roads.
So, Mr. Mayor, we hope you go hard. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Any further debate? If not, I will put the recommendation before you. It's now the motion. Is there any dissent? I declare it carried unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. I'm now going to ask council to suspend our normal agenda while we have the auditors address us, and I'll ask the General Manager to introduce our speakers who are going to be zooming in on us with the modern technology we now have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, this time each year we do have a requirement to have a presentation from our auditors on our financial statements. And we have Drew from the Audit Office and Kevin from TNR, our actual auditors, both online. And I'm not sure who's going first with this, but I imagine it might be Drew. Yep, so we'll hand across and hear from our auditors. You're on mute there, Drew.
Dreaded mute. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, Mayor and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity for you've afforded us to present the report on the conduct of the audit. So Kevin will take over just after a brief presentation on my side. I just want to take you through a little bit of I guess what's happened over the last 6 years, our general observations on the sector, but also our 2021 report on the local government audits was released in June. So I'll just give you a little bit of an update on that. And also I'll feed that or link that in with our annual work plan, which covers 2022 to or 2023 to 25. And also I'll give you a bit of a prelim, I guess, of where we will be from the 30th of June 2022 audits and the report that will follow that. So some of the general observations, we've had a mandate for 6 years. During that 6 years, we've seen the councils generally have placed a stronger focus on risk management and governance. We've seen that just even with the number of ARICs that have come online since we've taken over the mandate. So I think it's about 110 councils with ARICs now. We've also seen improvements in legislative compliance. There's been an increase in the councils that we've seen having this framework in place. The quality of financial management and reporting has also gradually improved during that period of time. We have seen evidence of that through the number of prior period errors has generally been reducing. The majority of those prior period errors are still within the property, plant, equipment area, generally around revaluations and completeness of assets and asset management data. We do acknowledge that that improvement does take some time, and they're very, very big areas, particularly assets for councils tends to be their biggest item in the financial statements. The 2021 Auditor General's report in the local government sector to Parliament was released in June. In that report, there was continuing discussion around the RFS assets, which I'll talk about a little bit later. There are quite a number of councils that don't recognise RFS assets in their financial statements, and those councils, we've issued high-risk management letters last year just to flag that was an area that we would continue to focus on in the coming year. We've also made recommendations to OLG on that matter as well, and we're likely to continue to make further recommendations in that area in our next report to Parliament. We've also noted that 41 councils actually received extensions to prepare their financial statements and have them audited beyond the 31st of October. The 2021 report also includes a number of other recommendations. So we've recommended that OLG should implement or require early close procedures. We've seen that they improve financial reporting in the state sector. It means that agencies that do perform those procedures get on top of issues earlier, and it reduces the burden in and around year end. But I do acknowledge that it does require a commitment of resources during that earlier time frame. Asset valuations and integrity of source data, as I mentioned, is an issue as well. So we've made some recommendations around that, particularly valuations, if possible, certainly could be conducted earlier. There's no requirement that it has to be a set date. It just has to be within a certain frame or within a certain time period to comply with auditing standards. We also continue to report a number of high-risk matters. They were in the area of, be no surprise, in asset management, also in the IT area, so particularly around user access. We've also noted a number of recommendations in financial reporting, accounting, and governance procedures. Council also needs to focus on implementing cybersecurity frameworks and related controls. So we've made a recommendation in the 21 report that OLG should implement and help implement and support councils along that journey. Of the 61 councils that didn't actually have a cybersecurity framework, we noticed that they didn't have related controls, they didn't have a register of cybersecurity incidents, they hadn't performed system penetration, and cyber training and awareness programs were either non-existent or needed further improving. And I guess it's really come to the fore in recent times and just recent weeks with the Medibank cyber security and data issues there. As to how important it is to have those frameworks and controls in place. Also, we've recommended that councils look at our management letter recommendations. We've noticed that there are still quite a lot of repeat issues. So those are issues that we've raised in a previous year that still either weren't fully addressed or were just partially addressed. So 53% of our management letter points continue to be repeat or partial repeat issues. Kevin, I can't see the slides, but are you on the annual work program?
Sorry, Grant, I'm just having a little bit of difficulty here with the slide presentation.
No worries. I'll hold on if that's okay.
Yep. Here it is.
Yep. We may be able to share them from this end, Kevin, and just need to tell us when to flip slides.
Yeah, maybe that might be better. Thanks, Steve. Yeah, thank you.
If you have it, Steve or Craig.
There we go. Can you see that now, Joe?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
So just tell us when to flick the slides.
Will do. Thanks. So this is our annual work program that was released in August of this year. So that really sets out how we determine what areas of focus we plan to look at over the coming year and the 2 years after that. It also explains how we decide on a particular topic as well. As you can see there, we've divided up into 2022-23, so the next 12 months. And I guess the central focus of the program is really the attention to the integrity of systems and processes in government. We're also prioritizing the assessment of the quality of the advice that various state agencies and local government agencies receive. We'll be looking at, I guess, the options that have been provided as part of that advice, the risks that have been identified, and I guess the quality of the processes around that, and also the impacts of the particular piece of advice that audit will focus on. We're also broadly looking at integrity and ethics in public administration. Also, whether value for money has been received by particular agencies for programs and projects. We'll also look at whether public funds were used appropriately. And as I mentioned, just risk identification and mitigation processes in councils and other agencies. We'll also look at the quality and the comprehensiveness of the record keeping of agencies and just the overall transparency and evaluation processes. As this council and a lot of other councils, particularly up north, will know there's been a lot of emergency events over the last couple of years, and this council in particular has been impacted by those. So the Auditor General certainly will maintain a focus on emergency events now and into the future, and we'll be looking at how effectively the government, the aspects of government's responses to those emergency events and how the particular responses have been delivered. Again, also, we plan to focus on cybersecurity. So as part of our information gathering for this series of audits, financial audits, we'll be looking at whether there's a framework in place and the controls, some of the controls that are in place in council around cyber. We look at it more from the potential impact to the financial statements and the systems supporting the financial statements rather than more broadly across council. But there's also the potential that performance audit will take on a more deeper dive into that topic. Performance audit is an area outside of financial audit, but under the Auditor General, and they have their remit to look at things like economy, efficiency, and effectiveness of particular aspects of performance. The next slide, please. Oh, actually, no, sorry, you can stay in that one. Just sorry, yeah, pardon me. So we also have planned audits in the later years. In the 22-23, we're planning on looking at coastal reforms as well. So about 85%, it's one of our most significant assets within New South Wales, and about 85% of people live near the coast, live on or near the coast. So we're planning on looking on coastal reforms in the coming 12 months. There is an imminent audit or an audit that will be tabled really within the next few days or certainly the next couple of weeks on development applications. It's looking at the assessment and the determination stages of the development applications process. The auditees for that were Barn Shire Council, Northern Beaches and Hills Shire Councils, but I prompt you to have a look at that when it comes out. We'll also be looking at financial management and governance in local councils, and the auditee for that, I believe, is Mid Coast Council. I've talked about cybersecurity, and I'll talk about local government financial audit report in one of the next upcoming slides. The 2023 to 2025 audits, they'll also be listed on our website. They provide, it's a little bit more general as to what topics could be covered by those audits. So I won't go into them now, because as we get closer to those audit timeframes, we would have done more scoping and we'll kind of lock into a very specific aspect to focus on for those audits. So I guess what I would do is encourage you to have a look at the website if there's a topic that's interest to you there, and also as part of my reporting to the AREC, any ones that are relevant to council in each of those ARECs, I'll also mention and update in that forum. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, we have an obligation to report on the outcomes of financial audits to Parliament. I mentioned about the 2021 financial audits that just were reported to Parliament in June of this year. The current audit, the 2022 financial audits across the sector, our report to Parliament will be in the 2023 year. We're expecting at this stage it'll likely be tabled in April. So that audit will look at that report will look at the audit results. One of the focuses, I guess, from the audit results will be the modifications across the sector as a result of the Rural Fire Service Assets issue, but also it'll look at the financial results and outcomes as well. It'll look at the key audit findings, which from the audits which come through from management letters that we issue to management, which outlines weaknesses that we've identified. So our central team look through those across all councils and report the more significant items within that, and if there are any themes that are coming through from those issues that would be a benefit to councils generally. We also, as I mentioned earlier, there were a number of recommendations from our 2021 report. We don't just set and forget. We follow up on those reports, those recommendations, a number of which are to OLG. So we'll report in this report and how and what progress has been made against those recommendations. Also, there still will be a number of high-risk findings. So similar to previous reports and years, those findings will be around the asset management area and the revaluation process. There are also likely to be some high-risk findings around IT issues as well. The focus of the report. So we also, in addition to the financial reporting aspects, we look at a few key topics and gather information from council and hope that the information then that we publish in the report will be of use to councils more broadly. So the areas that we looked at this year were against cybersecurity, so frameworks and policies and procedures and whether they were in place at various councils. Also, we look at IT controls. IT controls that we look at are really the ones that are relevant to the financial reporting systems. As management would know that when information technology controls around financial systems are weak or just not really there, then that usually means that there's a risk that we as an audit team have to address. So it usually involves more kind of tests of detail type work. So it just involves a bit more effort to become comfortable that at least the information that's come through to the financial statements is complete and accurate. Also, that report informs our topics for the coming year as well. So if there are any particular themes that come through from that we feel are important or that could require further or a deeper dive, then that could prompt a performance audit topic in the coming year. And we also take feedback from council and councillors, the general public and other stakeholders as well. So I'll take the opportunity now to mention that if anybody has any ideas, there is an area within our website that you can suggest topics that are interest to you. You can also provide feedback on upcoming topics and what areas you think should be focused on, and obviously that goes into a process then that can fine-tune those topics. So I may leave questions for the end if that's okay. And yep, I was going to jump into the report and the conduct of the audit. Normally I'd hand over to Kevin, but I just want to take the first slide if that's okay, Kevin. Just the next one. Yeah. So normally in normal years, or in recent years, for most councils, we would have issued what we call a clean opinion. This year, we've had what we would call a difference of opinion on a very particular group of assets. You may have heard of the RFS assets, and it's quite a technical accounting thing. So to a lot of people, it doesn't make a lot of sense as to I guess where control lies for those particular assets, but management has the obligation to prepare financial statements and to sign off on those financial statements and to be comfortable that the accounts reflect a true and fair view, and we absolutely respect that. And for the most part, we agree with management. There is this group of assets that we have reported on in our management letter and in our reports to Parliament that we actually believe are controlled by councils who have those assets in their area. And obviously Kempsey Council respectfully disagrees with that position. So management this year determined that they don't control the assets. As a result, they felt that, well, there's no value in actually going out and doing any kind of stock take on those assets. So for us then as auditors, we're obligated to form an opinion on the overall financial statements and the various items that are reported within that financial statements. So without a stock take or an equivalent for those particular smaller group of assets, it means that we don't really know what we don't know, or we don't know what the dollar amounts could be. And so it's quite strict in the auditing standards where we have to go with that lack of evidence. So we have to what we call modify the audit opinion or give a qualified audit opinion. But that audit opinion is not on the entire financial statements. It's just on the parts of the financial statements that are impacted by that particular rural fire service assets issue. So the audit opinion that we issued then would say that everything in the financial statement shows a true and fair view, except for the portions or aspects of the financial statements that would be impacted by whatever the values of these assets would or could be. And because we don't know what those numbers are at this time, we just can't put in numbers to give it a bit of perspective. But overall, I don't want to, I guess, oversell what the audit opinion means or undersell. So it really is just limited to those particular assets. And it arises from quite a complicated issue that our technical people have also been involved in. And we've listened to the various stakeholders across the sector, got all the views, and our Auditor General is of the view that while there is an argument for the other side, on balance, we feel that there's stronger evidence that those assets are actually controlled by council. So our report also sets out our reasoning and what we think are the evidences that supports that council does control those assets. Do you think it's the appropriate time maybe to take any questions on that, or are we happy to leave it until Kevin goes through the remainder of the report and the conduct of the audit? I'll be at the mercy of council for this.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Yeah, I think council would like to ask you some questions at this point. I certainly would like to ask questions about the rural fire service vehicle, which I have no idea how many are in the area, but appears that legislated we are in control, which I'm totally flabbergasted by that legislation. Yeah, could have Councillor Patterson, then Councillor White, Councillor Riddington. Your questions, please.
Thank you. I have a number of questions. And this first question rolls into my second and third question. The Auditor General, for information's sake, who employs the Auditor General?
Well, the Auditor General is an independent officer of the state. So the Auditor General is completely independent of agencies within the state, but obviously is a state officer, so it's an office.
So okay, my second question is, who purchases the RFS equipment?
I believe it's the Rural Firefighting Fund, which the council would make contributions into as part of their contribution to the overall, as part of their contribution alongside, I think, the insurance funds.
So the insurance fund's part owner if we go along the same way?
No, the insurer contributes into the Rural Firefighting Fund, but they don't receive any benefit directly from this particular thing in line with the Rural Fires Act.
My other question is, council is deemed to be in control of these assets. Are they housed, insured, and maintained by council?
The RFS would have responsibility for overseeing that, but only because council has entered into a service agreement with the RFS to provide those services.
Sorry, I'm just along the lines of, like, if I hire a car, I don't actually own it. That's where I'm coming from.
Thank you. Councillor White, your questions, please.
My question's on the RFS as well. So just noting point 3 in that slide, is there any penalty for council, like penalty or liability for council not kind of recognising these? What's the outcome for not recognising that penalty?
But you're saying that because there's a qualified audit opinion, is there a penalty on council? And that's what you'd like to ask Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yeah, is there a penalty on council for not sort of recognising?
What I can say is that our opinion is just on the results and outcome of the audit. But I'm not aware of anybody looking at the audit opinion and doing anything as a result of that. But I might bow to management on that.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell,
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor, there's no real impact for us organisationally. There would be times where potential financiers or whatever may rely on financial statements, but given the materiality of these assets in the context of the rest of our balance sheet and our financial position, it wouldn't have any significant impact. So, no.
Thank you. Coming back to you, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Riddington was next. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Joe, and hi, Kevin.
Thank you.
My question is, okay, so the Auditor General of New South Wales says that we control these assets, and under the Australian, I think it's Institute of Accounting.
Yep, accounting standards.
Is that it? Okay. They have a completely different view. So how do we reconcile Australia's view with the New South Wales Auditor's view, which impacts quite severely on us and other councils for the RFS assets? And this is nothing against the RFS. It's got nothing to do with their services. They're brilliant. This is about an accounting terminology. Could someone answer that for me, please?
I can't talk more broadly across Australia. All I will say is that our technical people within the Auditor General's office have looked at the various support and I guess accounting standards from the Australian Accounting Standards Board. There isn't a specific accounting standard that would deal directly with this, kind of a cookie cutter type accounting standard would deal exactly with this issue. So we've had to look at the accounting conceptual framework. We've also had to look at what we call the definition of control, and those come from the revenue accounting standards and the leasing accounting standards. And also there are some supporting within the accounting conceptual framework around agencies that receive the benefits and the service potential within those accounting assets. So bringing all that together and also balancing the views, the opposing views as well, and various other support things. We felt that on balance, that control does lie with council. We also felt that it doesn't really make sense that all councils having RFS assets and the fact patterns broadly staying consistent across those councils, that you would have some councils who do recognise those assets on their balance sheet and some who don't. And there are councils who do recognise those on their balance sheet as well. So with all of those factors, the Auditor General has come to the view that, look, on balance, we have to come down on what we believe is the right accounting treatment. And we've come down on the side of the state where they believe the control rests with council. And we believe that they had the more compelling argument in accordance with those Australian accounting standards.
Mr. General Manager, please.
I think it also goes back to what Jerome said before. There is a respectful disagreement in there, and it's something in the industry at the moment that the state's going through. We're all hopeful, I think, that it gets sorted out very clearly one way or another in the next 12 months. But there is a respectful disagreement that, I think that the positive thing of this is that there will be somewhere a clear outcome. We're all hopeful of that clear outcome in the next 12 or 18 months to actually get this all sorted.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager, and thanks very much, Gerard.
Thank you. Good question.
Councillor Patterson, follow-up question?
Yes, thank you. Just a follow-up question. This is based, Mr. Jerome, on not having an awareness of the value of the RFS assets. Hypothetically, if we had 15 assets in our so-called control, which were approximately $200,000 an asset, so that's $3 million worth of assets, what would be the effect of that on our finances approximately? Would it be a positive or would it be a negative in depreciation on our finances? This is an explanation to our community, which are trying to get their head around this proposal that we should take on assets that we don't own. Would it be a good outcome for our community?
Thank you, Councillor. It's another very, very good question. There has been some information presented to the sector that this is cost shifting from state to council. But I'll give you a simple example. If you had a particular asset and it was worth $200,000, one of these Red Fleet assets, that the impact on your financial statements in a particular year, the first year that you received, in our words, control of those assets, you'd be recognising that 200 grand in your revenue. But then if it's a 10-year useful life, in each of those 10 years, you'd be recognising $20,000 in your depreciation. So over that 10-year period would have a zero impact on your financial statements. But obviously in any one particular year, it would. But once you get to the end of the useful life of those assets, that's the end of it. It has a net impact on your financial statements. And then the rural firefighting fund would most likely reacquire another asset, and you'd go through the same process again. Obviously, it's not as neat and tidy as that, but overall, that principle does hold true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
of course, would that mean that the best way to eliminate depreciation of these assets, if we have to have them on the books, is to have old vehicles out of date?
It probably wouldn't get past Kevin, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions. Oh, no, there is another question from Councillor Bain.
And this is more of a comment than a question. During the 2019-20 bushfires, our red fleet took a smashing. You know, trucks rolled over, trucks died, and we've had a significant investment in new vehicles since then. And when you're talking about a Category 7 truck, you're talking about over $500,000, about $560,000 per vehicle. And there's a heap of new ones around. We're not talking about a few $100,000 or a couple of million. We're talking about a huge investment in plant, and that's going to have a significant impact, I believe.
Thank you. No comment on that, Mr. Fitzgerald?
I would say that highlights also some of the comments that we've made in our audit opinion, which is that we don't really know what the condition of those assets. If we don't perform a stock take, we don't know what the condition of those is. We don't know exactly how many there are. And as you said, that some of those assets could be $400,000 or $500,000. So yeah, without doing a stock take or an equivalent and a condition assessment, it makes it difficult to just know what you don't know. But it is important, obviously, to know exactly what the condition of those assets are within your area, because you obviously want to make sure that in the unfortunate event of an emergency, that you really do have equipment that can do the job.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you. I just a couple of small follow-up questions. This one possibly through to the General Manager. Do RFS vehicles get registration?
Mr. General Manager?
The red fleet, no, they don't. They're vehicles you'll see the paid staff and that driving around, the smaller vehicles they are, but the actual red fleet vehicles, the firefighting vehicles, aren't registered.
So who carries their insurance then? Because they'd have to have green slip, they'd have to have proper insurance for replacement.
The RFS would be covering the insurance of those assets.
Okay. Is the RFS not a state government owned entity?
It is.
In what case?
Thank you. That's the questions finalised on that part of it. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next part of the report. Thank you, Mr. Franey, is it?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, councillors. So Graham's given you an understanding of the audit opinion issued on the financial statements. So the management team has prepared general purpose financial statements, and we've finalised the audit on those financial statements, as well as the special purpose financial statements, which were prepared under the competitive neutrality guidelines. There are a number of other special audits that are done as part of the audit engagement, including auditing the annual pensioner rebate return, the notional yield return, roads to recovery, grant acquittal, and the LRCIP local roads acquittal as well. So there's quite a few tasks to be undertaken as part of the audit, and the audit starts around about February when the planning process begins, and we've just completed the final phase of the audit in October. Mr. Mayor, I'm on the income statement page. Is that up on the screen there for you all? This particular slide shows you the results of the year on a consolidated basis and what impacts that result materially. Excuse me. So you can see there the consolidated operating result for the 2022 financial year is a surplus of $30.9 million, and that compares to a surplus in the prior year of $21 million. So that's a movement of around about $9 million, and the main items contributing to that movement is obviously our increase in rates, our rate pegging, and our special rate variation, and then also the considerable increase in grants coming through for natural disasters and the like. When you look at the result before capital grants and contributions, that's our true operating result. You'll see there that there's a deficit of $3.6 million. That compares to a deficit of $0.8 million in the prior year, and it's important to get that number in the positive if we can, especially in general fund. Now, what makes up that $3.6 million? General fund returned a deficit of around about $5.5 million. Sewer fund, a deficit of $834,000. Water fund, I should say, and sewer fund, a surplus of $2.3 million. So you can see there that the majority of that deficit is sitting in general fund, and it's the one that's under the most pressure, and the management team obviously been advising you of the general fund's position as part of this process and throughout the year. Over the page, please, and just touching on the balance sheet and council's cash position, you can see there that we have around about $104.7 million under investment compared to 88 in the prior year. So a big increase. Lots of that relates to unexpended grants, and they're sitting in our externally restricted bucket of money and can only be spent on those particular items identified in grant agreements, water and sewer funds, developer contributions and the like. Internal allocations, they've gone down slightly, but generally they're just sitting there to to meet council resolutions to set aside funds for special purposes. Over the page, just touching on your performance ratios, which are subject to audit. There are other performance ratios sitting in your special schedules which are not subject to audit, and they largely relate to your asset management side of the business. So these ones are talking about, I guess, liquidity and debt service and collection type performance indicators. You can see that there's one red highlighted one, and that is the only ratio that council hasn't satisfied the benchmark set by the OLG, but there's a reason for that, and we'll walk through that as well. So over the page to the operating performance ratio. And you can see there that we are just above the benchmark of zero. This measures how well council contained operating expenditure within operating revenue. It excludes capital grants and contributions, fair value adjustments, and other things such as reversal of revaluation decrements. So when you look at that particular result, that's a pleasing result. We're positive in this particular performance ratio. But when you drill down into each fund, general fund returned a negative 2.1% ratio, water fund a negative 2.79% ratio, and sewer fund returned a positive performance ratio of around about 16%. So another indicator that general fund needs to return to a positive result, and I guess that's council's challenge to try and achieve that result. Over the page to own source operating revenue, and you recall that this was the one that was highlighted in red. So this ratio measures the ability of council to generate its own revenue and not rely on operating grants and contributions. So you can see there in the current year it's dipped just slightly below the benchmark of 60% set by the OLG. But that's really because of the dilution of that particular ratio by the amount of grants and contributions that we've received in the current year. So if you took out the unusual amount of grants and contributions, that would probably be above the 60% benchmark ratio. Over the page, unrestricted current ratio. This is a liquidity ratio and it measures how well council can pay its debts as and when they fall due. The benchmark here is to aim to have unrestricted current assets of 1.5 times unrestricted current liabilities. So for every dollar of current liabilities, I should have 1.5 or $1.50 in current assets. Very healthy at the moment due to the unexpended cash that we've got on hand. When you break that particular ratio down by fund, general fund 3.18%, water fund and sewer fund 12 and 13% respectively. They continue to grow as we set aside money for future capital works. The debt service cover ratio. This ratio measures the operating cash to service debt, including interest, principal and lease payments. So you can see there that we're in a reasonably good state there, well above the benchmark of 2. General fund has a ratio of 8.46. So times the amount of debt that it needs to pay. Water fund 12.2 and sewer fund 13. So a good result there from the debt service. Rates and annual charges, that measures how well we're collecting our rates and annual charges in accordance with our debt collections policies. The benchmark for a regional or rural council is 10%. You can see there that we're just under that. So it's important now that we're moving into more uncertain times that we continue to, I guess, monitor that particular ratio and continue to keep the cash flow positive in that space. The cash expense ratio over the page indicates the number of months that council continue to pay its immediate expenses without additional cash flow. So it's a business continuity type ratio. You can see there it's quite healthy. General fund 6.99, water fund 29, and sewer fund 20. They're the ones that hold the most cash to cover future infrastructure needs. So council has over $1 billion of assets under its control. So it's a major part of your operations. And you can see there that there's significant spending occurring in this area. Around about $35.2 million in asset renewals during the year. A lot of that funded by grants, but some of it funded from recurrent revenue and other means. That compared to 10.6 in the prior year. And then new assets, we spent $12.9 million in the current year versus 25 in the prior year. Mr. Mayor, that gives you a snapshot of the council's performance and financial position. I know the management team provides more in depth in relation to the financial performance and position of council. I'd like to thank the General Manager, Mr. Mitchell, and his team on the great effort that they contributed towards the audit this year. It's a difficult process and a time-consuming process, but we managed to get it done on time and in a fairly efficient manner. So thank you very much and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Franey. Do we have any questions, please, on the report you've just seen? Councillor Riddington, followed by Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't really have questions, but I'd like to speak to it. Would you like me to wait?
Wait, yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, my question is looking at the results of the unrestricted current ratio, the debt service ratio, the rate of annual charges collection, which will be more positive after the auction coming up. What's your comment for the last operation of the last 3 years? Because we saw 20, 21, 22 in a lot of those graphs, and they look very positive to me, which leads me to believe that Mr. Milburn and Mr. Mitchell have been doing a very good job. What's your comment on that in the last 3 years?
Yeah, good question, Councillor Patterson, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, those ratios are healthy, but and a very good positive result on a consolidated basis. But when you drill down a little bit more, some of those, particularly in general fund, do need a little bit of attention, particularly around the operating results side of things, returning to surplus in general fund. But overall, yeah, I would say that's a fairly good result on a consolidated basis. So congratulations on that front.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Sorry. Didn't see you. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, in your opinion, have other councils moved towards more austerity measures? And should we be thinking about ourselves? Should we be moving towards a more austerity budget in years to come?
That's a very good question through you, Mr. Mayor. Look, most councils like yourselves are looking at the financial sustainability, particularly around general fund. Others have challenges in water and sewer fund, but typically they're not rate pegged. So it is general fund that is under the most pressure. Where that is the case, they're obviously looking at all options to get that fund into surplus and in a more financial sustainable position. And, you know, over the years, that's taken, I'm sure this is what you've been doing, looking at all options to either cut costs or generate more revenue. Most councils go through the process to exhaust all options on cost cutting, sale of assets, those sorts of things, and then look at other ways to generate revenue. And that can come down to, in certain councils, things like, you know, car parking fees, you know, just looking at your fees and charges and making sure they're sustainable and user pays to the best they can. And then mostly last resort is a special rate variation.
Thank you very much. Another question, Councillor Saul? No. Thank you. Councillor Riddington, do you wish to note or thank someone?
I do. Thank you very much, Mr.
Well,
Mayor.
if you'd like to move that, and then we'll have you speak to it if you could.
Would that be okay if
yes.
I move thanks to the audit and to the Auditor General? Not really, Jerome, but I have to say that. I would like to move that, please, if I'm allowed to thank them.
Yes, thank you. Any seconder to that motion? Councillor Bain? Councillor Riddington, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. As the council observer representative on the ARAC, it's a privilege to be on that committee as an observer and to look at the work that the General Manager, Steve Mitchell in particular, his team, and Matthew Bentley in particular have done in the time frame allocated. I look at this sometimes like turning around the Queen Mary. This has been a massive task over the last 4 or 5 years, and our management team have done an exceptional job. They've also done an exceptional job to get this done on time up to the 31st of October, which was a mammoth effort, and I congratulate them. Now, the Red Fleet issue, while we do respectfully disagree, that's going to be an issue that will be ongoing for some time. With the Auditor General. We also still have the issues of cost shifting by the New South Wales Government, and especially thank you, Kevin, for mentioning the general fund, because that's where we're going to get it with rate pegging. And if we don't have a special variant on our rates, we could be in trouble for our financial sustainability going forward. So my thinking is, thanks very much to this management team. We're also looking at asset management. Now, asset management has been a great turnaround. That's one of the major achievements that Mr. Mitchell and his team have accomplished. IT, thank you very much to Manager Thorogood and cyber security. And these issues are very prevalent now and they will be ongoing into the future. Now, I'll just conclude with Donald Rumsfeld. We don't know what we don't know, we don't know. So I thank you very, very much, our management team, and I thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think we're in good hands going forward, but we have a lot of work to do and some very serious conversations to have with our community.
Thank you very much. And we've got the Queen Mary going forward. It's going around the corner. Thank you. Do we have any other debate, please? Is that the motion you would like to accept, Councillor Riddington? Yes, thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this motion before you? Councillor Bain, please.
I'd like to congratulate councillors and council staff on having the courage to say no to the RFS assets issue, and that we took it to the state local government conference. The story's not over yet, and I think congratulations in order for all of us for standing our ground on this issue. Thank you.
Can I just interject with just one quick comment, if that's okay?
Sure, Mr. Fitzgerald, yes.
I just want to say also, I forgot to mention it in my presentation, but obviously Kempsey is not going to be the only council that will have that modification. So I think at this stage it's roughly around 40 plus councils. So I just want to give that context as well. So it's not going to be just Kempsey or a small number of councils. There's quite a few.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any further speakers on the motion before you? If not, I'll put the motion. Any dissent? Declare it carried unanimously, and I too thank Mr. Fitzgerald, Mr. Franey, for your report here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
Thanks,
everyone.
guys.
Bye.
Thank you. But moving on to the next item of business, which is item 9.1, a report to council on the 22-23 quarter one corporate performance report. We have a recommendation from staff there. Do we have a mover? Councillor Bain. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ring. Councillor Bain, would you like to speak to the motion that's now before us?
Yeah, I'd like to commend the work that staff have done in preparing this report, and in the long-term vision that we know that we need to work towards that financial sustainability. A couple of issues that leap out at me in reading through those papers was the foresight that council has had in putting a significant number of solar panels in, and the LED replacement for our street lights is going to help to insulate us against those electricity increases. Also, the partnership agreement, which is contracted to lock in low electricity prices, well done, particularly Director Mitchell in negotiating that one. I feel that we need to commend this, the delivery program operational plan. We got to make those tough decisions, as Councillor Saul was referring to, about reaching financial sustainability, whether we're going to, how we may increase income, how we may have to cut costs. Those are some of the hard decisions we're going to make moving on to the future. But and the significant amount of grants that have come in, and also, I mean, our financial position looks very, very healthy. We've got all this money come in, but it's also hasn't been able to be expended, some of the grant money, because of weather conditions and COVID and the various barriers. However, the problem that arises then is these increasing costs and supply chain that are going to impact on the final costs of the projects, particularly in cost of fuel and accessing materials and staff. Okay, so I commend this report to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain, Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Saul.
Thank you. I have 3 questions/issues. The first one's on page 14. Says renewal of water, and says the budget. The below are budget deferrals, and one is.
Excuse me, Councillor Wyatt. What part of page 14?
The bottom.
Oh, okay. Yep. Thank you. Sorry.
I mean, I read somewhere that I think it's a $16 million issue there is to do with delays in the approval from state government approvals. Is the approval forthcoming, or is this a risk that needs to be managed via options? I can't actually remember where I read it, but there was something there that said the delays in some of those projects were associated with state government approvals for water projects. Yeah. So will those approvals be forthcoming, or is that a risk that needs to be managed via several options?
Councillor, Mr. General Manager, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, the approvals are forthcoming. It is just a matter of working through the process. A lot of it goes down to with each of these different water treatment plants. They got very different design because the quality of the water is coming differently, and going through that concept design and then any of the on-site approvals for the actual construction of them. So they are all forthcoming. It's just a matter of getting through that process.
And then two more questions around financial stability. So, you know, in 21-22, IPART gave us a cap of 0.7%, and that was like compared to, and that was like a deficit of 3.5%. And then we had a special rate variation. In the statement there, it says that the IPART have approved a 3.7% rate peg with inflation of 8%. So on face value, does that look like a worsening situation for us going forward when?
Mr. General Manager, please.
It's certainly, and I think as the auditors highlighted, the general fund has been a real focus of our attention for the nearly 5 years we've been here. And the DPOP that the council adopted back in June this year, highlighted the need to be considering special rate variations to address that. While inflation is running the level it is and we have rate pegs put at low as they are, that will just exacerbate that issue for us. It just makes it harder and harder to bridge that gap.
Yeah, thanks. And so,
Councillor White, third question.
Sorry. So to be clear, that's through no fault of our own. That's inflation and the state government setting directions for us,
Yes,
and we have to deal with that.
Yep.
Third question is around the DPOP. I mentioned last meeting that the results there are fantastic, given all of the situations that we've had to deal with, or council staff had to deal with over the past few years. So I just reiterate that I said that before. In their DA approvals on page 8, number EN0P41, so something along the lines of that DA approvals are sitting at 80%. We heard in a local government conference that there was, a shortage of planners across the state. Question number 1, does this affect Kempsey Shire Council? And number 2, with those deliverables of DAs being, a legislative timeframe within 40 days, and we're at 80%, have some of these been looked at as a deemed refusal? And is that a risk for us that there could be some court matters proceedings?
Yep.
Mr. General Manager, please.
Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, very, very good questions. Firstly, the shortage of planners, it certainly does impact us both at a DA and CC level, but also at the strategic planning level as well. So planners are a statewide shortage. We actually had a meeting yesterday with Regional New South Wales where this was actually highlighted as an issue, and Regional New South Wales are looking at what may be able to be done for the North Coast region in particular. It is a longer term structural issue in the industry that we do not have a ongoing supply of planners, and that is hitting the state significantly in terms of delays. It also hits state agencies where the referrals go into those agencies, and the level of resourcing within the state agencies is not sufficient to get the turnaround times required to meet those 40 days. And I understand the state government is looking at the Queensland model of centralising referrals. So at the moment we send referrals to each of the agencies separately, and they all respond in their own timeframes. The Queensland model actually has all the referrals go to one agency, they distribute it, they collate it and bring it all back, which does make the process more efficient from the Queensland experience. And I understand the state government is actually looking at that. In relation to the potential for deemed refusals, I'm only aware of one that's been the matter for us, but there is a risk definitely with anyone and any council where we actually go beyond the 40 days that someone could see that as deemed refusal. I think where we are fortunate is that overwhelmingly we have positive relationships with the people who are submitting their development applications. We have some fairly regular developers and consultants that we work with. They are understanding of the situation, and they will work with their clients to do that. No one particularly wants to be going through court processes. It costs the client money to go to court for a deemed refusal, as well as it costs council. So we're not seeing any real growth in that, but there certainly is a risk there.
Thank you. Councillor Saul, please, and then Councillor Riddington.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I have a concern with the report. On page 12, the $500,000 budget reduction for Smithtown Road from Macleay Valley Way to 1.7 kilometres eastward. Mr. Mayor, the concern is that the community sees our roads and knows full well by travelling on those roads how important they are. When they receive a report like this saying we're actually going to be taking money off the roads, I know it's only for the short term, I believe, but still, in doing so, it sends a message that they're not a priority that we believe they should be. So I have concern about supporting the report under that arrangement.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager.
Yep. Through Mr. Mayor, appreciate Councillor Saul's comment and concern. The funding has actually been put into other more urgent roadworks. So it is a matter of when we first set the program, we'd set out the annual work. Given the conditions we've actually had, there obviously has been some significant deterioration in a range of our roads. And that's been highlighted by the Mayor a minute earlier this morning. And therefore, we've had to shift some of those funds into higher priority areas. So what I can say, though, with this council, and I'd go back to, again, 4 or 5 years ago when our total capital budget was $20 million across everything we're spending. This year, the council has adopted a roads budget of $43 million. So it is a massive road spend we're actually having. So this council adopted that in June, and it is a very, very significant commitment that the council has to fixing the roads, albeit it has this roads disaster challenge that we're trying to deal with as well.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's more of a comment, if I may.
Well, you're speaking to the motion. That's fine. Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. So my comment is, having just attended the Local Government New South Wales conference, there were moves afoot and it was passed that we increase the date of that 40-day determination on DAs. So that's for, to me, if there's a significant development, it will take a lot longer than 40 days to have a look at that. So I just wanted to put that on the record for the public, that we supported that motion when we were in the conference to increase that time limit from 40 days to 60, but it could go higher. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Any further speakers or questions? If not, I'll ask Councillor Bain if he wishes to speak to end debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'd like to reiterate what Councillor Saul said, that the difficulty of having to prioritise road structures after the extreme weather events that we've had. And I understand the concern of people in Smithtown, particularly where they've got some significant problems with their roads and they feel neglected. However, unfortunately, that we have to, there has to be this prioritisation process. So we've got the challenges of repairing basic infrastructure, but also at the same time we've got these challenges of staffing shortages. I think we're navigating it as best we can. It's difficult times for everyone, but I again commend the staff for the work they've put in this, and commend the motion to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. I'll now put the motion. Is there any dissent? One member dissenting. I declare it carried. Mr. You got that? Thank you. We'll move on to item 9.2. Community Grants Program 2022-23, round 1. Do we have a person wishing to move that? Councillor Ring, thank you. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Wyatt, thank you. Councillor Ring, do you wish to speak to the motion before us?
Yes. I think it's fantastic to see so many community organisations taking part in this initiative. I think the capacity for the community to, improve facilities and the spaces in our town is really amazing. And I'd like to make mention of Emeritus Mayor Liz Campbell, who is the catalyst of this grant program. And I think this program provides enormous goodwill for our organisation to the community. And I commend the work of council of getting these fantastic results. And I look forward to seeing these grants, particularly as we move into the festive season.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Anyone else wish to speak? Councillor Wyatt, then Councillor Riddington.
Carrie, Councillor Riddington to go first.
Councillor Riddington first. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I agree with Councillor Ring wholeheartedly. And just as a note, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, the amount of money that we spend on this is just brilliant, but I'd like the General Manager to just expand on the actual benefit to the community, because these organisations are all volunteers, and what would we think that the community would get out of this if we didn't do it?
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Very good question. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, council, by having this, it's a pretty broad-based community grants program. So you see things from the Merrill Community Fund, the Environmental Fund, sporting areas, the seniors, the youth, the festive grants. It's a whole range of areas that we actually cover through this actual grants program. The breadth of those to the community can't be underestimated in the areas they cover. The ability for these groups to get these small amounts of money and see them multiply is quite amazing, and you see that really quite regularly. The other part that our community development staff do, and we've actually got Paul and Keely, who are our two key staff in this area, actually sitting in the chamber at the moment. They help develop the skills of these community groups in grant writing and running programs and organising events and things like that. So you start getting that whole capacity as well. It also then leads to the community to be able to lead these programs themselves without the reliance on council. So you look just at those festive events as an example, there's 7 of them there. There's no way we could run those 7 events for $500 each, and the community are going to have hundreds of people participate in these events. So, the benefit is multiples of the 75,000 we have in the actual budget for this, 53 in this particular round, $53,000 being allocated. It is multiples of that is the actual financial benefit, but the community building benefit, you really can't put a dollar figure on it. It just does build that capacity in the community, and we do need to, I think, recognise the work that the community development team have been doing in that space.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wyatt, please.
That was the exact question I was going to ask. Very, very well preempted, those answers. Thank you. I do note that in there it says feedback will be provided to the community, and I presume that will just include how they can improve their applications and what the criteria was that they missed out. Is it worth adding that to an amendment, or we just know that's going to happen?
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, please. Sorry, I thought.
Is it worth adding it as an amendment, or we just accept that it's a given that they will be provided feedback around the criteria that they missed out?
Yes, that it is a given.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I thought the question was a rhetorical one. I apologise to you, Councillor Wyatt. Councillor Patterson.
Yeah, this is sort of on the back of the question from Councillor Wyatt, was a report back to council, as in 1 or 2 of these groups out of the whole year worth of community grants could come back and just enlighten council on what values that they themselves feel that are brought to the community. Yeah. I think would be a good thing, because council is expending quite a bit of money on our residents and our community members. So I don't see it as a have to, but it would be really good if that happened. Say if it was one of the festivals came in and just told us about it, maybe had a little bit of a video on it or something, because I think as a councillor I would help that community aspect of our working life here as councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager, answer that question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's something we have done before, and certainly something we will be able to do. And the team are nodding up the back there, saying, "Yeah, that's not a problem to actually get that organised."
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question, if I may, please. The amount has been budgeted for this term. Do we believe the same amount following years, or will that be expected to be risen in future years?
Thank you,
Mr.
General Manager.
That will be totally a determination of council. You as councils, when you set the budget, set the amount in there. Obviously, from a community building perspective, we'd like to see 2 or 3 times that amount. However, given our financial situation, we have to have some constraint, and it will be a decision there. I don't know if Mr. Mitchell wants to add anything further to that one.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, what we will have profiled into the long-term financial plan is essentially a continuation of the same level of funding. When we bring the next year's budget back, then we obviously will tweak some of those assumptions. But at this stage, we'd be assuming it'll be the same total budget for $75,000 that was budgeted for this year will be included in next year's budget as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. And to round off, a question from me. We did not expend the whole amount in the budget. How much will be available in the second round, please? Mr. Mitchell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's about $22,000. So, as I indicated, we had a budget across all of these programs of about $75,000. So, the balance will remain available for future programs.
Thank you. Councillor White, speaking for or against, or a question?
Just a question, and just clarifying what Councillor Patterson was saying. So there is some kind of showcase of or marketing of what these grants achieve, whether that's Facebook or the chat box or something like that.
Through Mr.
Thank you, Mr.
Mayor.
Manager.
The individual groups will do a range of things themselves, but we actually work with them. I can't say we would be putting social media up about every one of these events, given the work's actually involved in that, but they certainly will be doing that. We do work with them on getting feedback on how those events go, and we will bring back some information and potentially have presentations from some of these groups to a councillor briefing or some other event with the councillors.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak in favour. I think the social cohesion and inclusion that results from these is very beneficial, particularly in this post-COVID phase where people are starting to bravely come out again. I support appreciate Mr. General Manager's comments about the bang for buck. We get a good bang for our buck out of these. There is that multiplier effect, and building capacity in community so that we, as a community, we have more access to state funding and federal grants. And I'd like to congratulate, having worked with Mr. Kosh, the great work that he does in supporting people in learning those processes. And I'd also, having been, prior to being a councillor, I was served with other people on assessing these grant applications. I really appreciate the Smarty Grants process and the transparency that's been introduced in recent years to the process. So I commend this motion to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Patterson, another question?
Yeah, just a question on that. In relation to these each particular grant fund, I noticed that there's no attachment. Is that something that's just left out accidentally, or because I've seen it before where we've had an attachment of what exactly? Because let's just say Dungutty Elders upgrades the community facility. We would used to have an attachment that would say what they're doing with that money, and an explanation more so than yeah. Is that something that's just probably some more detail, I suppose?
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one, Mr. Mayor. Certainly we can take on those, but Mr. Mitchell might have some more background on that as well.
Mr. Mitchell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, it was just a decision in relation to these in terms of the reporting for this year. I know in prior years, there's been some extra information that was provided. That was, I guess, before when the process is now given the improvements and Councillor Baines referred to, probably haven't seen necessarily the need to provide that additional information that we did in the past. That said, we can easily include that as part of one of the weekly council information updates to provide a bit of extra information around these items where it's not necessarily as straightforward from the description that's included.
Yeah, because it also used to include the sorry, through you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Used to include those that didn't make it the list. Didn't make the grant funding.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So we've included reference to those 4 community-based organisations that didn't meet the eligibility criteria this year. So we've included reference to those, and the feedback's been provided to them. We don't in the report go through the reasons as to why each of those were unsuccessful, but they have definitely been provided that feedback. As I mentioned just before, just to clarify, when the detail was provided a few years ago, that's when councillors were deciding on who received the grants. This process, given the changes that have been implemented, that assessment is done by the staff. We've got a really well-governed process around that, and then it just gets reported to council for effectively for approval or adoption. But the process is different to when all of that detail was previously provided.
I just want to add that I wholly support this funding. I mean, and just one last question, I suppose, is there any other councils that say our senior staff know of that has a community grant funding that's similar to ours?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Every council I've worked at's had one, so that they are pretty common place to do that because the councils do see that real value in that community building, and that's actually provided through this small contribution.
Thank you very much. If there's no further debate, I'll ask Councillor Ring if you'd like to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd once again just like to commend the fantastic work of the staff on this program of work in the way they work with the community and get the really positive outcomes delivered.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll now put the motion before you. Is there any dissent? No dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. At that point, I adjourn the meeting for morning tea and welcome all the members of the public gallery to join us, please. Thank you very much, everyone. The German's over, and we're now back into the business of council. We're up to 9.3, which is a development application. It's the continued use of an existing shed as a detached dual occupancy house at Toorooka. We have a recommendation from staff. Do we have a mover for that, please? Councillor Patterson.
You didn't have your light.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Saul. Councillor Patterson, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Yes, thank you. It's another planning issue that I suppose council, I believe, has doing the correct due diligence to allow use for existing house. But my question is on this as well. Where does the where does council's regulation come from? So through to you, Mr. Milburn, about the houses being within 100 metres of each other or being further than 100 metres away. Where does that come from?
Mr. General Manager, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it comes from the Kempsey Local Environmental Plan.
Based on what's the reason?
Based on state legislation.
Which?
He wants the expression why 100 metres, I guess.
Yeah. Well, why is it that distance?
Oh, you'd have to ask the people who wrote the legislation.
Okay.
We'll send an urgent question for them. Thanks, Mr. Councillor Patterson. Do you anything else further to say on why we should support it?
Well, as a community organisation, which I believe us as council is, we need to support people living in our shire. And over the years, and there's been quite a lot of years that residents have been living in the valley and erecting homes, etc., that have now been brought onto council's books. And I do believe it's a good way that council can recognise those dwellings and bring them onto the books where possible, and allowing our community members to stay living in our community.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have another speaker or a question? Planning matters, so all votes have to be recorded in the register of planning matters. Councillor Saul, Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm still a little bit confused because it says the use of an existing dwelling, but when I'm looking at the development plans, there's a new dwelling on there. And if I have a look at the map in the appendix, it has it has, you know, like the location of the new dwelling. So is this an existing dwelling, or are they, it looks to me like they're building a new dwelling next door to an existing dwelling and they want to make them all part of one? Is that, am I correct? If I'm just looking at the plan and it's got a proposed existing new dwelling.
Yeah, Mr. General Manager, can you help Councillor Bain, please?
Through Mr. Mayor, my understanding is that this is for the continued use of an existing shed as a detached dual occupancy. So there may be a separate process for a new dwelling, but this application is specifically around the existing use, continued use of an existing shed. That's what this particular report's about.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. Any further questions? Councillor Ferguson and then Councillor Patterson.
I'll just speak in favour quickly. I'm a bit confused about whether it's new or existing as well through what Councillor Bain said, but yeah, in favour of as the house on the site was affected by the floodwater, and where the new building's going is high and dry. I think it's a very good move.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Patterson.
You're just continuing on Councillor Ferguson, you know, as in the photograph on the attachment of showing the water quite high around the existing house there, and you know, I believe these people are using a shed for an existing dwelling, while the new dwelling is going through the correct channels at council, and I think this is very good by the occupant or the owner.
So that's not a question. So you're closing debate, I presume. No one else wishes to speak. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion before you. Any dissent? Declare it carried unanimously. We now move on to 9.4. It's the Code of Meeting Practice. There's a recommendation there before you. Did someone wish to move that and make it the motion? Councillor Riddington. Seconder, please. Councillor Bain. Councillor Riddington, do you wish to speak to it?
First, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to acknowledge the hard work that's been done by Manager Thorogood. This is a very important document for our meeting practices. I recommend this document and Code of Meeting Practice to my fellow councillors. I don't have anything further to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further questions or comments? Councillor Saul, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, one concern I do have, and has been highlighted by a community member, saying that council has changed the number of signatories for petitions back to 200 signatories. What was the reason behind that? Can someone explain, please?
Oh, well, yeah, I actually moved that, Councillor Saul, because I realised that larger areas like Crescent Head, South West Rocks, they can get 500 signatures quite quickly. But if there's an issue concerning, say, Willwarron or Millbrook, they'll have a trouble getting up to 500. So the idea was to bring it down to 200, which enables those smaller communities to put a petition in as well. And with the history of petitions coming through to council, there has not been many in the time I've been on council, and just enabling a communication from smaller cohorts of people in the Shire is a good thing. So that's my answer. Do you have any further question, Councillor?
To them, Mr. Mayor, if I may, please. So the point I'm saying is you don't believe in such is going to cause a distraction by having a smaller groups who may be pushing an agenda?
Not at all. That's my opinion, but yes, it's open to debate. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to speak against this. First, I'd like to say, first of all, I would like to acknowledge Mr. Thorogood in the induction training and the PowerPoint slides, and you've done this 2 or 3 times for us. You definitely know your content, very clever. I'm super impressed with your commitment and dedication to this. It's really dry content. For me, and I'm sure I can speak for those of us that are new to this table as well, I am definitely in a better position to be able to understand this, and I feel that I'm making improvements. I reckon we all are making improvements. And I think that just delivers a better outcome for council in these discussions. So I thank you for that. I also want to thank the public submissions, the 2 of them in particular, one about the photography and the live streaming. And again, I acknowledge it's dry content, so good on you for reading that content. The photography one, I think it's implied consent. You know, we're in this table, it is implied consent, whether we want to or not. You know, we're live streamed, we're recorded, we can be photographed. So yeah, there is implied consent there. I do agree that I don't think the general public should be photographed without their consent, but I do thank you for putting that in. The other one around the live streaming, I think that in communication, 7% of our communication is verbal, the rest of it is those non-verbals. So I think, in terms of communication, that's important. Oh, shit, my screen just locked. like for me though, I sometimes I forget that I am being live streamed. So, and I might do or say some silly things. So I'll have to be more conscious when that happens. So, and again, I thank you for putting that in. But I do think that's a worthy one to consider. Okay, so my dissent is that at the start of the meeting we have 3 standard items, 1, 2, and 3, which is the prayer, the service person acknowledgement, and the acknowledgement to country. These will all be standard agenda items, and I'm wondering whether they will be standard text, and that they must be included in so this is a question. Will they be standard text? Must they be included in their meetings? And can we pick and choose or substitute our words? Just give me a yes or no answer.
Right. Thank you, Councillor.
I've got something else to say.
You can ask more questions. You've spoken your dissent. Now you ask your question.
No, I haven't. Okay, I'll continue with my dissent then. All right. So why I'm dissenting is I told the meeting that I wanted a choice. I wanted rotational basis, and I wanted a choice. I don't want to be dictated. I don't want it to be dictated to me by my role that I must state these words, and I don't like hearing these words. I feel that it loses meaning. I want it to be authentic, and I don't feel that prescribed text is authentic. I feel that it lacks meaningful intent. How many times at local government New South Wales conference did we hear, I pay my respects to those custodians, and they can't even pronounce the name? That's incredibly offensive. And yeah, it's incredibly offensive and ignorant, you know. In my workplace on MS Teams nowadays, you know, and in government, we have a PowerPoint presentation that's rolled around, and it's got this standard text acknowledgement. Everyone goes, "Don't pay my respects," and it just loses authenticity and intent. It's like, yep, done that. We've also got one in ours about inclusion and disability. Yep, done that. And now we're going to have one about service people. Yep, done that. My preference would be that we would have an opening remarks around the prayer and acknowledgement to the service people, and then the acknowledgement to country. So I just want to point out, make it really clear, like super clear, super loud. This is no way intending to be disrespectful to the service people. I, like everybody else, like a lot of people in our community, have service people in my family, ancestors and current serving, also victim of veteran suicide. So please do not boo-hoo me because I am dissenting to this. I'm dissenting to the fact that I don't want to be dictated. I want these words to be meaningful and authentic, and that's why I'm dissenting.
Thank you.
And my question...
And now you can ask your question, Councillor White.
Are they standard items? Is it standard text? Do we have to say them? Can we pick and choose? Can we substitute our own words?
Thank you, Councillor White. In the past, the Mayor used to recite both those items, but in the future, we're going to have a change, and that's what we're dealing with. So I'll ask Mr. General Manager to comment on whether there'll be prescribed text.
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, the 3 items, opening prayer, acknowledgement, country, acknowledgement of the service, men, women and families, will be standard orders of business, but they will not have set text. So whoever chooses or whoever the Mayor asks to do those, they can use whatever text they wish.
Thank you. Follow-up question?
One other question. So we've got servicemen, women and families. Why don't we just say service people? But anyway, yeah. For fear of being gender woke.
Mr. General Manager?
Yeah, that was the wording proposed in the workshop we had with the councillors, and that's what went on public exhibition.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I've got 2 questions. Thank you. In relation to the code of meeting practice, the first one's about photography. I still haven't got my head around the people or organisations that can take photographs in the chamber and the people or organisations who can't. Could I have a answer on that? Like it's sort of a bit out there.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, do you wish to make a comment? I can make a comment too, but I'll leave it to you.
Yeah. The code of meeting practice has a prohibition on the recording of the proceedings of the meetings. That's the way it's actually worded in the actual code of meeting practice.
Yep.
And that an exclusion of that is any media. You then have some discussion about who is media and who is not media.
Yeah.
The ability to take photos we are meeting in a public place. There's no legal exclusion from people taking photos of people who are gathered in a public place, in public meetings. That's common law. You're allowed to actually do that. Our code of meeting practice does not explicitly prohibit photos. It prohibits recording of the proceedings of the meeting unless you are a media outlet. Okay. That is how the code of meeting practice is currently worded.
Yeah, no worries. And the other question / comment was, I think it's fantastic that in our new code of meeting practice that we're going to recognise those people, servicemen, women and families that give their life continuously for our freedoms that we enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
I'll just add one other point to that about the recordings and that as well. The key thing about the recordings, and at the end of the day, it's up to the chair. We have to maintain the integrity of the meetings. And that is, I guess, a key part of any sort of judgment is we don't want the meetings being brought into disrepute or things like that. So it's just, how that is actually managed. But the way the code of meeting practice is worded, it's a prohibition on recording of the proceedings.
Thank you, Mr. General Manager. And as Chair, it's my prime concern that we have decision making that's not being interfered with by anyone. And that's why I'm saying that taking photographs without permission can be given, but taking photographs without permission of council and me as chair of the meeting could interfere with the integrity of the meeting procedures. And we've had a discussion about putting a barrier up and delineating where council is and where the public gallery is. That's something to be looked at in the future. But as I see it, it's a very simple thing. You want to take a photograph, you ask permission, and that's the end of it. Okay. Yes, Councillor Patterson, you have another question?
Yeah. Same question. You just didn't mention anything about public galleries, about not taking photos in public. We just need to get the elephant in the room dealt with. That the thing is a restricting of photographs in the chambers.
Yes. And my ruling will be you can't take photographs in here because it's going to be interfering with the
of
council's proceedings.
Okay, not the public.
No, but if people are sitting in the public gallery,
Craig just said,
they should not expect to have their photograph taken and put up in social media areas without their permission. And again, it's my interpretation of what's best for council to come to decisions without that impinging on people's right to come and observe. And that's what our public gallery are doing. They're here to observe the proceedings of council and our decision making. Thank you. Any further comments or questions on the motion before you? Councillor Bain, please.
I'd like to speak in support of the code of meeting practice. We had many iterations. We had several workshops and we've worked through this thoroughly with support of staff, and I really welcome the fact that there are no prescribed texts in either the prayer acknowledgement of country or acknowledgement of servicemen, women and families, and that we can authentically respond with our own words, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bain.
A last question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Saul, you have another question?
Just a very generic one, Mr. Mayor. With that, those 3 points, is there a time limit on prayer or acknowledgement? Will there be a time limit given on those items?
Again, it comes back to me as chair. If I find that someone's making a reading from the story of the Battle of Hamel in World War I, and it looks like it's going to take 5 hours, I will rule it out of order. Okay, so it come back to be a reasonable time for people to express it. Yes, I don't think we'll log a time in on that. Any other questions or comments? If not, I will put the motion before you, and I'll ask Councillor Riddington, if you wish to speak.
Thank you.
Just
Just
close debate. Thank you.
thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I take Councillor Wyatt's comments very, very seriously, and I do think we can, as councillors, have our prayer, have our welcome to country, have our acknowledgement of servicemen and women and families, and I think that that will be fine. It's not against, protocol. I commend this motion to my fellow councillors, and I thank again Mr. Thorogood very, very much for all of his hard work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Riddington. I will now put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried unanimously, and we now move to item 9.5, council expenses and facilities policy. It's on page 32, I believe, unless it's been changed by the mayoral minute. The recommendation is there from council staff. Does anyone wish to move it and make it a motion? We don't, we won't get paid.
Yeah. This paperwork, this one needs work.
Councillor Patterson, stepping up. Thank you, Councillor Patterson.
Yeah,
and do we have a seconder? Councillor Riddington. Thank you. Councillor Patterson, do you wish to speak to it?
Thank you. As a business person, I believe that my rate should be a little bit higher. Money joke, can I take that back? I know. Dollar an hour is really good. I think it's a hard one for councillors to sit around and to acknowledge the recommendation that council expenses for facilities and policies. But in actual fact, it's all part of being a real councillor. And I notice in here there's some money in here for council education, which should never stop. One of the things what we attended recently, the local government meeting in Newcastle, was just fascinating. The amount of information and knowledge that we got out of that, and also the amount of getting to know other councillors and what their issues are and how to solve our issues. And it's just really, it was really exemplary.
I'll take that as a preliminary to your comment on 10.1.
That's what it is.
Thanks, Councillor Patterson. Is there any debate on the council expenses and facilities policy? Councillor Riddington, Ring, you were thinking? No, don't have to. Councillor Wyatt.
Sorry. There's some content in there around professional development. And I just wanted to clarify and confirm that council alludes to what Councillor Patterson has said. There is a steep learning curve here. We need to be provided with learning opportunities. So I'm grateful for that. So when will the development plan be prepared? Is it done in consultation with us? Are we still in our induction program? When does the induction end and the learning, that's not learning, and the development plan begin? And is there a time frame for the end of the induction?
Right, all those questions.
I love the induction.
Thank you, Councillor White. There are lots of questions there. I wish Mr. Thorogood luck in answering all of them.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So to answer those questions, yes, every councillor will have a personal professional development plan put together. If councillors have thoughts on what they want in their plans, feel free to submit that to myself or the General Manager now. That's okay. They'll be developed upon completion of the induction. So yes, with another election, which was declared in mid-August, we enter into another induction period. The induction period is generally 6 months. We're going to have the Christmas New Year's break fall slap bang in the middle of that period. So we're likely to see that induction over a span of 90 days, which we've had a couple of sessions on already. We'll take a break and they'll commence early next year. So those plans will be formally put into place upon the completion of that induction process.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Is there a template that I can have a look at what it looks like? Or
there's no stipulated template as such, but I can certainly share some material with you that can help inform you as to how you might want to consider what goes in there.
Thank you, Mr. Thorogood. Councillor Patterson, you move this, so you'll have a question.
A question on it, yeah. Just reading through it again. I noticed in there where it allows for some business cards, etc. What about council's actual uniform? Hat, shirt, trousers. Is where does this fit?
Mr. General Manager, thank you.
Yeah, it actually allows for a uniform for councillors. Once this is now adopted, we will then start working with the councillors on actually acquiring it, getting sizes and those sorts of things.
Should I place an amendment in this that it's included? Because
it is included.
Yeah.
It's already in there.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. With no further speakers, I'll ask Councillor Patterson, does he wish to close debate?
Thank you. Once again, I believe as a councillor that the expenses that the councillor are allowed to charge are fair and reasonable. Also that in doing council business, also I might just add that I can't remember ever putting one in, a claim. Also that the ability for council to grow as a community leader, council as a whole, will be supported by having some type of finance provided to us. So, yeah, I commend this to my fellow councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? There is no dissent. I declare it carried unanimously. We've now moved to item 9.6. It's a request to waive commercial licence fees. It's on page 37. The recommendation from staff is there. Councillor Bain, you wish to move it? And seconder, Councillor Ring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think as we open our meeting with an acknowledgement of country and traditional owners, I think it's very, very appropriate that we take this step to waive the commercial licence fees for the traditional owners at Southwest Rocks. Cultural tourism is a fantastic opportunity for development in this valley. We have such a rich and varied culture here, a minimum of 6,000 years of continuous occupation by Dungari people. Things like the middens at Clybucka, the largest middens in the Southern Hemisphere. The wealth of stories and interactions between our neighbouring nations. So I think it's very, very appropriate that we support this. Also, I would like to acknowledge the significant investment that council staff have already made in working with the Fig Tree Aboriginal Corporation in developing their cultural tourism plan. I'd also like to acknowledge what the Southwest Rocks Fig Tree mob did post bushfire, where there was a corroboree dance held right throughout Australia, a dance on a particular day. I can't remember exactly the day it was, but they held an awesome dance, first time that people had danced traditionally on country in 90 years, and it was done without grants, without any support from anyone. They did it. They provided food to community. They did a massive job of bringing people together. So to keep putting those things in mind, I think an investment of $1,200 in enabling a startup business, which is so unique and not comparable to any other business because it's being run by traditional owners with traditional connection to country. I think $1,200 is a very minor investment, and I would commend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Ring, please.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, Councillor Bain. I agree with what Councillor Bain has said, and I think cultural tourism is a part of a strategy for our organisation, and I think it's important that council be seen to support it. I do have kind of like a question Could there be an amendment or like maybe something?
Yes,
that there is
answer your question
Yeah.
as we go. You can move an amendment at any time to the motion, Councillor Ring.
It would just be that to give exemption to cultural tourism organisations under like the strategy that's been developed. I don't know how to word this.
Reconciliation.
Yeah, because we have that RAP plan. And if there were other businesses that wanted to kind of also have this exemption, could there be like a set of criteria or something that could be developed so that if there were other traditional owner organisations that wanted to apply for this, that they could come under that criteria? Yes.
So thank you very much, Councillor Ring. I'll ask the General Manager if that would be appropriate with this. And if it is an amendment, I'll then ask the mover if he wishes to accept it. But first of all, I'll get guidance from the General Manager, please. I've got all your lights. You can turn them off now, and I've got you in order to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What would be required for something like that would it would need to go on exhibition because it's actually about fees and charges. Probably what you might want to add is a point through that a report be brought back to council in relation to report be brought back to council giving consideration to the processes needed to waive fees associated with the development of cultural tourism product in the Shire. Words to that effect.
Councillor Ring, would you accept that as what your amendment is?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'll therefore ask the mover if he wishes to accept it into his motion.
I might just wait till it's on the
Yes, for sure.
on the board, please, so I can read it.
Report to council.
Okay, yeah, that's I understand a little bit more wordsmithing, Mr. Thorogood, but I accept that amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Ring. That amendment has been put in, but you're moving the amendment will be in the minutes.
No.
Thank you.
I want to foreshadow an amendment to that.
Well,
I think that's a process. I don't know what the process is.
Right, you'll have an amendment. You can still move an amendment at any time, but first of all,
Okay.
I'm going to go through the order of people wishing to speak. So, Councillor Patterson, you were next, and then I've got Councillor White, and then Councillor Riddington. And when you get your chance to speak, you wish to move an amendment, that's fine. Okay, Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm actually speaking against this. We just had a talk by our auditors about our financial position. Our financial position at the moment is in the negative. I'm very concerned about precedents. I'm very supportive of any business that starts up in our valley. Very supportive. I do not see it ratepayers issue on this. I can't understand why this hasn't came through as a Merrill grant application. We've just given lots of approximately $4,000, which has been budgeted in our Merrill grant funding to different organisations. Do we set a precedent with this? And I just don't understand that we can pick out on, and I know it. General Manager mentioned yesterday how it meets the two of the issues that we've got. What's it called again? The reconciliation plan. But already spoken that I'm sure that it was. It may have been you, Mr. General Manager, that said that council's already spent time with this organisation, or was it you, Councillor Bain? Yeah. So council has already spent time. Council has already put in the position of reconciliation plan. Council, I cannot see council ever not going out of their way to help businesses where they can, but where it does not have to be financial. When we're talking about a commercial business, whether this business is non-for-profit, it's still a commercial business. I'm concerned that we will set a precedence for your letting them get away with fees, and once again, do the fees that you're going to supposedly not ask this organisation to pay, does that mean that they then don't qualify for council's insurances, etc., on having use in the area? So there's a number of questions there. So I'm just asking that through to Mr. Milburn. If you could probably give me a bit of a insight into why we would do that as a council financially in not so good position, and then why we would do that picking out a business above anyone else.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. I'm sure the General Manager's got that clear. Thank you, Mr. General Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Where this has come from, I guess, there's two strategies council has adopted. One is our reconciliation action plan, and part of that is to council to take actions to assist in the development of employment opportunities for First Nations people in our area. This would fit within that quite well. The second one is our economic development and tourism strategy. And in that, it looks at the development of cultural tourism product and the need for that. And they see the benefit and a longer term benefit for our community in the development of cultural tourism product. So on the basis of those two documents already being adopted by council, then we felt that it was appropriate to put this to council, because staff are not delegated and cannot be delegated the ability to waive fees. It has to be a decision of council. We felt it was appropriate to put this before council for consideration. It meets both of those adopted strategies that council already has. It is a relatively small amount in the scheme of things. It's money we don't currently have, so therefore it's not impacting our financial sustainability in that way at all. So yeah, it's certainly fits where we're heading, fits the adopted strategies of council, and certainly is appropriate for council to consider it in this sort of format.
Councillor Patterson, do you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, so why can't council just support them in promotional activities like council does already with a few other groups, which would then be just would meet the tourism, and also in the you're mentioning about jobs for Indigenous people. I mean, council could do promotions rather than giving money.
Thank you,
and
Councillor.
that is money, even though it's not money spent, it's still money that council would not receive.
Thank you. Mr. General Manager, please.
Yeah, that is correct. Council does have the option of not supporting this. Council can choose not to do that. It doesn't meet the guidelines of any of our grant programs, so they couldn't be funded through the grant programs. It doesn't fit within that. So council could choose to not fund that and say you're establishing a business and it's part of doing your business, and it's part of setting that up. Council could choose to waive part of the amount, or they can waive, as per the staff recommendation, waive all of it. It really comes down to the decision of the 9 of you around the table.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to put an amendment in then, but if someone else wants to.
There's a couple of 3 other speakers waiting, and then you get to write your amendment, get it ready. Councillor Wyatt, please.
Okay, thanks. I think I've just learned a new trick is to put my hand up to move something before you finish speaking. I just want to note that consent is not provided for this activity, so there's still some process to do there. There will be other fees associated with the activity for this organisation: equipment purchase, marketing, insurance, and qualified persons to lead and operate that activity. So there will be other fees associated with them. The data in the tourism industry indicates that tourists, especially international, want cultural experiences. Like it's probably top 2 niches in the tourism market. It's very difficult to compare this with other SUP operators because they can't offer a connection to country, that experience. And if they do, it's totally culturally inappropriate. I cannot tell Dungotty stories, neither can anybody else that is not connected to that country. This is a unique experience, and SUPs are everywhere, but they're not offering cultural experience. There's a whole lot of social benefits around Aboriginal people being employed on country. This is the essence of reconciliation and healing. There's a whole conversation, state and federally, around the bigger picture of self-determination, autonomy, voice to parliament, treaty, constitutional recognition, all those kind of things. National Parks itself, they've waived fees. They're a state government organisation, sort of need to consider that. Just reiterating what Councillor Ring has said, I would like to see or just discuss, warn Council that you really do need to come up with some kind of criteria or process to ensure that there is a connection to country where we are waiving fees for cultural activities where it's requested. I've got experience in this space in my professional career. This will need to be done in consultation with Elders Council, Kempsey Aboriginal Land Council, and the actual knowledge holders of those places, because the Fig Tree Corporation is not an entity that is statutorily required to consult with. So there's knowledge holders as well. And so that would be my question and amendment is, are we working towards some kind of criteria around how we work? How do we work through this? Because
just to be clear, Councillor White, are you moving an amendment saying?
That's my question, and then an amendment.
What's the question?
The question is, are we sort of developing some kind of criteria? How are we going to make sure that somebody else from South Sydney comes up and says, I have connection to this country, I want to establish something here as well? So what kind of criteria are we doing for this to that, ensure that there is connection to country where any other group comes along asking to waive the fees for cultural activities?
Thank you. I'll ask the General Manager to respond. But first of all, Councillor Riddington, you're next speaker, so you don't need your red light on. And Councillor Butterfield, you're next. So if you keep your red light out now that you're recognised as speaker, you're in the order. Mr. General Manager, please.
In the case of where another business were to come to us, another Aboriginal First Nations business were to come to us and say, we want to set up a cultural tourism product here, we would need assurances that they are from country. In this instance, the Fig Tree Aboriginal Corporation is well recognised in that. So if there was another group who came up from Sydney, we would be asking them to give us the credentials, and we would also be seeking background information using the cultural reference group, talking to the elders and things like that. With this particular case, we don't need to go through that process because it's already well known.
So
thank you.
Can I move an amendment to Councillor Rings, or do you want me to wait?
No, now's the time to move it.
Can I add words to it?
You could move an amendment, and then after you've moved it, we can ask the mover if he accepts it or if it stands alone as a separate amendment. So please move it, and we'll. I know others want to speak. I just want to strengthen point number 3. Is it appropriate to do it now or later? Right now, please move amendment.
So I would change that to something along the lines of that council establish criteria to waive fees for cultural tourism activities within the Shire, and that this is done in consultation with peak bodies, local and regional bodies, and knowledge holders.
And you're adding to that, and a report be brought back to council?
I'm not sure about the report bit. I just think it's, and maybe I just get clarification from Councillor Ring what her intent was, but I think that we need some criteria around here, around this, because it's actually protecting it's protecting the people in here as well for if they want to have, it's protecting people like South West Rocks Fig Tree so that another group doesn't come in.
Yeah, okay.
Did you get that, Daniel?
Well, he's working on it, but I would say that's another point 4. So point 3 would still stand in my opinion, but I'll get direction. But wait for Mr. Farrell to come up.
The reason I'm asking this is because I have worked in this space, and there is a whole strategy around cultural tourism in the space that I work in. And if this is new to council, then we should be working on some kind of criteria.
Right. While we're getting your point 4, it's coming up.
Protects local people.
Yep. That's
and also enhances opportunities.
okay. There's point 4 up on the board. Would you like to examine it? And then I'll come to Mr. General Manager for advice on it, please. Aboriginal peak bodies. Yeah, okay.
What I mean by that is, you know, that is there might be or there probably is some Aboriginal representation in Destination New South Wales, or so it's consulting with all of those bodies to make sure that we get it right. And I think this is exciting. This is an exciting space to be in.
Okay.
We just need to get it right.
Thank you. I'll ask for advice now from General Manager, please.
That's the specific people that have knowledge of that country. Like, you know, like you might have a Southwest Rocks group or a Crescent Head group or a Bell Brook group.
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think they are separate points, 3 and 4. There is not a lot of work involved for us to bring a report back that would outline the process. That's and we'd probably be, you know, given the time of year, that's probably something we'd be tying in with the budget process in March or April next year when that would come back. It's going through the process of establishing criteria to waive fees. That's in point 4, and all that under that consultation. There is no resource allocation for us to do that at this point in time. Totally agree. It would be very beneficial for that to be in place. However, what we will need is a clear indication of what area you want cut from the budget for us to allocate the staff to do that, because there is a lot of work involved in doing that. We don't have the resource. What I could suggest is that be considered as a action to be put into the DPOP next year that follows on from that.
I'm happy with that. Yes.
So you're withdrawing the amendment?
No, I'm not withdrawing the amendment because I think it's still there. It's still there as a record of something that we have approved. That doesn't suggest that you could put in there, add the DPOP thing in there. The other thing I just want to add there is to waive the fees and approval process.
So you're saying
Can't waive approval process.
No, I'm not waiving the approval process. I'm saying criteria for the approval process.
So at the beginning of your amendment, Councillor White, my reading is that you'll write something along the lines, consider under the 2023-24 develop the delivery plan, operational plan.
What you would need to do
establish criteria. I got it. Establish criteria to waive the fees and undertake the approval process for cultural tourism activities within the Shire, and is done in consultation with First Nations, local and regional peak bodies and knowledge holders of country.
Okay. Right. Two things with that, Mr. Mayor. One, we can't develop criteria for the approvals process. They're statutory. They're set down. They're not our approval processes. They're set down by other bodies, and we have to follow that process. So we can't put that in there. In relation to the number 4, you would need to preface that by that council give consideration in the development of the 2023-24 operational budget to establishing that, because council has to still make that decision to include that in the budget.
Okay, that's all right. Yeah. So maybe I'm just mixing my words there. I understand that there is like a legal approval process.
Yeah.
But what I'm talking about a criteria that you've got 3 people applying for a cultural activity at Saltwater. What process do you use to determine one person can do that as opposed to somebody else? So maybe it's the assessment process rather than the approval process.
Again, I think if they all met the criteria and they all meet the approvals process, we wouldn't be in a position to say no to any of them at the end of the day. They could end up being in competition to each other, but our job is not to moderate competition.
Okay, so Councillor White, moving along, you can see point 4, you're accepting that, and then I'll be asking the mover if he wishes to accept it into the motion. He could, and then you would have to vote on it separately. But so, could we, is that what you're putting? Point 4. Okay. I now ask Councillor Bain as the mover of the original motion, and he's already accepted point 3 into his motion. Would you accept point 4?
No, I wouldn't. Can I speak to it?
No, because
okay. So no, I'm not accepting it. I'm not accepting it.
No, right, thank you. So here's what happens next under the rules. Councillor White, you've moved that amendment. I need now a seconder for that amendment to be considered. So do we have a seconder for Councillor Wyatt's amendment, which is point 4 of that's up there on the screen?
Can I please ask a question?
No, I'd like a...
I'm not understanding this process.
Okay, well, this is an amendment process. It's a normal process. If there's an amendment moved, we need a seconder. And once it's seconded, the mover gets to speak to it. And then we have a debate, if necessary, and then we vote. And if we vote in favour, the amendment becomes becomes the motion. If we defeat it, we go back to the original motion.
I don't mind seconding it because I want to hear what Councillor Bain's got to say.
Right. So seconded, Councillor Riddington. And I now ask Councillor White to speak to your amendment, please.
To speak to my amendment?
Yes.
Because, and I'm sure in my experience, is the way that assimilation and segregation and sending off country is Dunghutti people would have been dispersed all over New South Wales. My experience in the tourism space and the cultural heritage space, which I have worked in for 30 years, tells me that this will be a problem. For example, I can't really disclose because it's a conflict of interest, but it will be a problem. You could potentially get other people from anywhere in New South Wales that have legitimate connections as Dunghutti people or not. And it's not up to us to decide. It's up to the Dunghutti people to decide who speaks for that land. And you definitely could have 3 or 4 people applying to do exactly the same thing, and we give them approval to do exactly the same thing, and we have then caused a very hurtful process for those people that have knowledge of that country. I've seen it firsthand, and I've seen the harm and the spiritual harm that it causes. I'm asking for some criteria to be developed with Kempsey Aboriginal Land Council, Dunghutti elders, any other Aboriginal groups that identify in this area, plus some guidance from peak bodies that work in this space. Otherwise, we run a risk of causing spiritual and cultural harm to Aboriginal people. And so it's just around some criteria, which, as I said, in my profession, we have criteria that determines access to country, for want of a better term.
Thank you, Councillor.
And we didn't develop it. It was developed with the Aboriginal people.
Thank you, Councillor White. Thank you, Councillor White. Do we have any speakers for or against the amendment, please? Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, I understand the intent behind this, but I also understand from talking to people that there is concern that this is going to open a floodgate of people waiving commercial licence fees. I think it's very, very clear that this is a waiving of a commercial licence fee for one instance. Any further applications to waive must come before council. So if we start to develop a set of criteria, we're actually setting up a position where we're saying, this is going to be an ongoing issue. I believe that a consideration to the processes to waive fees would include some of those criteria. I think what I think is number 4 is unnecessary. I think it's covered in number 3. That's the beginning. We start to look at considering what processes might be in place, and I think in that there'll have to be a strong acknowledgement of ownership of country. And I'm very aware of outside organisations coming in and claiming connection and how damaging that can be spiritually and culturally. But I think that within our knowledge of our community and our connections to community, we can use processes like the Cultural Reference Group to say, hang on, are these guys fair dinkum or are they ring-ins? You know, we can use that, but we don't need to put that in yet. That's when we're sort of entrenching that we are going to make this a pattern of behaviour. At this point, we're just saying, let's give them a crack. Let's have a first go, see what happens.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Do we have any other speakers?
Can we move to the? I move that we go to the committee of the whole.
You closed debate on the amendment.
No,
Okay.
I move that we go to the committee of the whole.
Martha just.
Point of order.
Can
And I ask that we go to the committee of the whole. And then there's other speakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm speaking again.
What's the amendment?
Sorry, the process is the mover closes
sorry,
debate on
I made a
motion.
mistake,
The mover
Councillor.
also closes debate on all amendments. Yes.
Oh, you're.
Technically, but.
Technically. Well,
So can,
I made a
I've got a
mistake,
point
and
of order.
I made a mistake, and I apologise to the meeting on that. Councillor Bain, I didn't know. I remember that rule,
And I'm willing to not say any more.
Yeah, okay, but you cannot project your speech into the future. Sorry. So because of lack of awareness on both sides, I will let the debate go on the amendment further in the sense of openness and the right for people to speak. We've had Councillor Wyatt speak to her amendment. She can speak at the end on her amendment to what people have said. I will ask for other speakers. Councillor Riddington and then Councillor Patterson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Now, I'm going back to the original motion. I agree with Councillor Bain, and I'm sorry, Councillor White. I don't think we need number 4 in there. I think that this is the beginning of a process. We have the DA yet to be submitted. We have our reconciliation action plan. We have our cultural development. This particular issue fits beautifully within those two policy frameworks. I can't see this as a floodgates issue. I feel that we have a commitment and an obligation to cultural heritage throughout our shire and to cultural and heritage tourism and creating employment. This isn't in perpetuity. I need to make that very clear. And through you, Mr. Mayor, to the General Manager, I think, General Manager, that this particular waiver of fees is for 2 years.
Councillor, Mr. General Manager.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Mayor, the way the actual wording of the resolution, and I've actually just reread it myself, it actually is only for 1. Yeah, we did mention last night that we understand for 2 and there's discussion in there, but the way it's actually worded, it is really just we are waiving the commercial fees, and it really is the way I would interpret this and implement it would be just the initial 12 months.
Thank you very much. And that again goes to my point. Let's just, in the vernacular, suck it and see.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Speaking business-wise, I always believe over the 30 odd years I've been in business that any business that wants to have a startup needs to have a buy-in. That buy-in comes as a financial amount. That buy-in also comes as an interest amount, as a personal achievement. That, you know, you can't be asking for someone else to take your buy-in. Your buy-in should be this nominal fee, which is negligent. The company, when it sets up, will be definitely having other funding because it's an Indigenous company.
Councillor Patterson, could I address you? Bring you to address point 4 with the amendment.
Are we only talking about the amendment?
Well, that's what we're doing at the moment. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. No worries. No, I don't support point 4 at all.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think it's needed, but I will be foreshadowing a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? If not, I will speak in favour of the amendment. I'm speaking in favour of the amendment for the simple reason it's in the words that start the amendment. give consideration in the development of the 2023-24 operational plan. So when we come to that point where we're doing workshops and considering what will be in and out of the operational plan, then we will consider this again and have further knowledge on whether it's a good idea or not. So having it there is not going to change this waiving of fees for this particular purpose. So it's just giving consideration, and that's why I will support having the amendment there, so that it's just a reminder to us when we're considering the operational plan whether we will put it in or not. It's actually not saying it will happen. It's saying we'll give consideration into the future. Okay. Councillor Saul, you wish to speak.
If I may, Mr. Mayor, I accept your point, your argument, Mr. Mayor, but it's very courageous to consider something and then take things out. Most councils don't go any further. If it's actually highlighted to be considered, that really means we're going to do something more than just.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Saul. If there's no further debate, I'll ask Councillor White. Do you wish to speak?
Yeah. Thanks.
Excuse me, can I get the direction first? Does she have a right to speak? Close the debate?
Just on that?
No, she doesn't.
No, she's already spoken. So the debate, the right to close debate on an amendment would usually go to the mover of the original motion.
And he'd already
stated. It's already spoken.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor
I
White.
actually asked before to go to committee of the whole.
You can now move that if you like.
Well, then I am moving that.
So,
Because I think we need some bit more clear around here. I need to be a bit
Councillor
clearer.
White moves that we move into the committee of the whole. Do we have a seconder for that?
Oh, great. Oh, thank you.
Councillor Riddington. I'll now put the procedural motion that we move into the committee of the whole. Is there any dissent? In other words, if you don't want to move into it, you vote against it. If you are in favour of going to the committee of the whole, you don't put your hand up. So is there any dissent from moving into the committee of the whole? Only two. Councillor Butterfield, were you considering your vote? Were you voting, moving into the committee of the whole as your position? Okay. Right, we are, I declare that's been carried, and we're now into the committee of the whole. And what happens in the committee of the whole is that we have people the right to speak multiple times, but you still have to wait for being called, and you are hopefully in the committee of the whole coming up with possible adjustments to the amendment or the motion. That's what happens in the committee of the whole. So I ask Councillor White, would you like to speak again? Thank you.
It's two. First, I just want to be really clear. This is not that number 4 is not about what are we going to do when we're opening a floodgates. It's not about that at all. It's about being in touch with what's happening in the rest of the state and the country about moving towards providing cultural tourism in favour of the Aboriginal people. This is not about high-botching anything. It's about strengthening the position of having cultural tourism. It's taking it to that next level. So it's not about what are we going to do when we open the floodgates. It's not about that at all. I think Councillor Bainey said something along the lines of when this comes up against next time. What criteria are we going to use? Are we going to use when another person comes along? There has been no criteria in that thing there to say what criteria have we used, other than National Parks have waived it, other than it's in the reconciliation strategy, other than it's a cultural tourism thing. But it's not about being worried that something else is happening. It's actually about protecting and strengthening local Aboriginal people's access and rights to country. And my second part is a report be brought back to country giving consideration of the process needed. Please explain. I don't understand what the difference, what that is. What report would we be expecting, and what process are we talking about?
Okay, you're asking a specific question of Councillor Bain. If not, we just go.
Yeah, there was a specific. Sorry, Mr.
Okay, Councillor Bain, and you can put your lights out. I've then got Councillor Patterson and then Councillor Ring.
The specific question. Sorry, thank you, Mr.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The specific question that Councillor White asked me is, why do I think I'm worrying about opening the floodgates? It says, Oh, well, hang on. There's a part in there that says establish criteria to waive fees for cultural tourism activities. So it's like we're not. I don't believe that we're setting a precedent for waiving fees for cultural tourism. We're giving a one-off waiver to give these people a bit of a kickstart. People that we've worked with and encouraged to step up and do it. And if we then turn around and say, well, we're not going to waive the fees, like, well, hang on, you've been encouraging us to do that.
No, he's still speaking. You don't speak. Thanks.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that I just believe Part 4 is unnecessarily complicating the issue, and my fear is that I've sensed the feeling in the room that there's some resistance to this, and that by accepting number 4, it's going to harden resistance to it. This is my sense, and I think that people can live with 1, 2, and 3, but I think 4 might be a bridge too far for some. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bain. Councillor Patterson, then Councillor Ring, and then back to Councillor Riddington, and then Councillor Wyatt.
Okay, a couple of questions first up, and if I can ask about process. If I was to put up a foreshadowed motion, would it only wait till this motion was dealt with, or would it be put before?
Well, Councillor Patterson, we're in the committee of the whole, so you can actually tell us about it right now.
Yeah, but I'm saying, when would it be dealt with?
Well, after the amendment was defeated or agreed to, then you can move it. So, but you can tell us now because we're in the committee of the whole.
Foreshadowed motion would be council's waive application fee of $150 and give full support to the Aboriginal organisation that's in front of us on an ongoing basis with council's promotion and knowledge in furthering their business. I do not believe this wouldn't be written up, but I do not believe waiving all fees for a business that's starting up is giving them a fair chance. A business needs to be able to put, say, $928, including GST, into their business plan to move forward. I am sure this business would have a business plan to move forward. If they're just finding out what fees that they can get away without setting up, they're not setting themselves up for the future. $928, including GST, maybe, what would that be, about $10, $12 a week or something like that. So, that's my foreshadowed motion would be that council waive the application fee and give full support in council's ability to support this business with promotions and knowledge of council's knowledge of the area.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We'll get that clearer if we come out of committee and you move it. Councillor Ring, please.
Just to answer Alex's question, my intended motion was to not include the. Well, I guess in processes, I would assume that criteria would have been in there in some sort of way. I also think that previously in this meeting we've given away $50,000, and this is part of a commitment to a reconciliation action plan, and bridging gaps in our community, and we're all squabbling over a really minuscule amount of money and making amendment after amendment to people that want just a helping hand to all of those things that have been mentioned before. And I think that any further amendments to this motion are unnecessary.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Councillor Ring, I should say. I've got 2 KRs. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Ring. I support your comments wholeheartedly. I will go back again and have a look at 4. I think there's 2 separate issues. What? Can I just finish, please?
Yeah, you don't interrupt, please.
There's 2 separate issues. The assessment process and whatever we do, and each one of these cases will come before council. So I do think that that's quite a good process to do, but it's not in this process. I don't think there's a floodgate issue at all. I think this is a really good motion. I think it's a really good recommendation from council staff. I really don't want to tamper with it. I'd like to see a report come back. I think this would be great, and let's just see and give these people a break.
Thank you. Councillor Wyatt,
Yeah,
please.
look, Arthur, you said the perfect thing.
Sorry, Councillor Bain.
Councillor Bain, you nailed it when you said we're not at that point of being able to deal with number 4. You nailed it. And so, you know, in the local government motion, in the local government conference, I think one council put up cultural heritage training, First Nations training. So we will all benefit from that. So I think I must not be able to be communicating myself very clearly, because this has been lost. The intention here has been lost. So I would actually say get rid of 3 and 4 and let's just go with the original thing. Southwest Rocks Fig Tree want their licence fees waived. Let's waive the licence fees. I'll think of some other, I will communicate better, because this is my intent here has been clearly lost, and I think you nailed it. We are not in the position to be able to consider that. And I think that's unfortunate. So I'll actually remove it.
So you're foreshadowing that when we come out, you'll remove item 4. Well, you don't have a right to withdraw it. It's already the motion. Okay. Unless you move an amendment to the motion that you withdraw 3 as well. So
I will do that.
That's the intention when you come out of committee of the whole.
If you wanted to go back to the original motion, now the amendment's passed, you'd need to foreshadow the recommendation.
Yes, I understand that. So, right now, there's no one else wishing to speak in the committee of the whole. I'll need.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Butterfield, I missed you. I'm sorry.
Been trying to get a word in for a while now. It's a bit hard. A lot of the stuff that I was going to go through has already been covered, and I agree with most of the speakers on all points. You know, I'm all for the tourism business getting up in Kempsey, whether it be cultural or any other organisation. I do think we talk about the money side of it. I think Anthony talked about the Muriel grants. That could have been a way of getting around this whole issue and subject. That way it could have just been done and dusted, and we wouldn't be going through this. Also, the jobs in the business, by the sounds of Fig Tree, have been around for quite a while. I personally don't know anything about the organisation, but from being around so long, I think they're quite capable of running a business, and therefore I think they're quite in a position to put up the $1,200. But I think by buying in and putting in what Anthony said, you're buying stake. Oh, sorry, Councillor Patterson. Sorry, by buying in, it's like any business. You step up, you put the financial thing into it, you make the effort to make it work. Cultural or not, I'm great. I'm happy for anything like this to be up and running. But I still think that, you know, we're talking about $1,000 or $1,200. It's neither here nor there whether we pay for it or they pay for it. You break it down over a course of 12 months, it's basically nothing per week. So I disagree with waiving fees personally. Totally for the business. Happy to give everyone a crack, but I think if you're going to start a business, you need to buy in.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I've been very much to and fro about this one, and I do agree that the more we add to it, the more complex it gets. And I completely agree with Kenny Ring that we need to get back to Councillor Ring. Sorry, we need to get back to what we're looking at here. Although I do agree, like I'd love to, being a homeschooling dad, I couldn't think of anything better than take kids onto something like this. So I'd fully support it that way. But there is also a need for business-minded and to budget for things like commercial fees in that business. So yeah, it's. I do feel it's getting more complicated than it needs to be.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify before I speak on this, we're discussing the amendment. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Okay, Amendment 4, but we can discuss any part of it in
so
Committee of the Whole.
Hang on, we're actually still in Committee of the Whole, aren't we?
We are. We haven't moved out. Someone needs to move that.
I might wait until we've come out of the Committee of the Whole, sir.
Okay. Councillor Patterson, do you want to speak?
Thank you. Based on the round and round in circles, we all agree that tourism business, especially an Indigenous one in our valley, to be successful would be great. I mean, I put it to council this way. Why don't we, this to me is part of the issue with a lot of the community that has things paid for them straight up. I would rather taking an approach of a carrot. The carrot is 12 months down the track, if this business can prove to be successful, we waive 1 year's fee. That's what I would propose, retrospectively. So that is an achievement for that business to get to that point. Incentive. Once the business reaches a 12-month period, that the business has continued on successfully and not just folded in the first 3 months, that we then can, and I would support waiving the fee of $1,200 after 12 months of this business being operational. That being rather an incentive rather to keep going, not an incentive with nothing in front of you to look forward to. So I don't know what my fellow councillors think.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. We'll debate it if necessary. Councillor Wyatt, do you wish to move our committee or not? No?
I'm going to foreshadow an amendment too, is to get rid of 3 and 4 and go back to the original amendment. I mean, it's.
Well, I'll rule that when we're back out of.
It's gotten too confusing,
committee.
and I think there are 2 different issues.
There are.
As I mentioned before about my position on this.
Okay.
But I propose that we go back to the original 2 and just deal with that.
Okay, that's foreshadowed, but we're still in the committee of the whole. We can't discuss that until we come out. Councillor Riddington.
With due respect, Councillor Patterson, I find this really patronising. I find patronising to put a target in front of a business in a year that we're going to assess it. Really, who the hell are we? I really believe strongly that we get rid of 3 and 4, we go with 1 and 2, and we support our cultural development plan and our reconciliation plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to come out of committee of the whole?
I move that way.
Councillor Saul, thank you. We need a seconder. Councillor Wyatt. I'll put the procedural motion. Any dissent? We're now back in normal council. Thank you. We're out of committee of the whole. And I'm going to ask Councillor Wyatt, because at the moment 1, 2 and 3 are the motion, whether you will withdraw your amendment, and then we need a further amendment to the motion to withdraw number 3 if that was going to be the case. So I also advise you that point 4 could be raised in the development plan, operational plan discussion we will have later on in this financial year. So, Councillor Wyatt, do you have something you wish to withdraw?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your support on that motion. And as I mentioned in the committee of the whole, supporting Councillor Bain's comments that.
Are you withdrawing or not?
I am withdrawing number 4, and I'm also foreshadowing that we go back to the original motion. 3 and 4, 3 put it out there. 4 made me think a bit more and overcomplicated it. So let's ditch 3 and 4, and I foreshadow that we go back to the original motion and that we support South West Rocks Fig Tree to do their stand-up paddleboard operation free of charge.
Okay, thank you. Your amendment has been withdrawn. And the actual motion is 1, 2 and 3 at the moment. Would someone like to move an amendment to the motion that's there?
Could I please ask a question?
Well, I just asked the question, would someone like to
Yeah,
move
but
it?
can I ask a question of Councillor Ring?
No, you may not at the
why?
moment, because you can ask her after the well, Councillor Wyatt was had a microphone on. So, Councillor Wyatt.
Didn't I just foreshadow a motion?
Now you've got to move it officially. You move an amendment.
I'm moving an amendment. No, I'm moving an amendment that we go back to the original amendment, which was 1 and 2, and I would like to hear Councillor Ring's question.
Right, we now need a seconder to your amendment. Councillor Riddington seconds. Back to the original. I would ask the mover,
Just if
Councillor, Mr. General Manager, advice on the
Yeah.
situation, please.
if just get the councillor's attention just in terms of process with this, Councillor Patterson.
Councillor Patterson.
And Councillor White, just need your attention. Just in terms of process with this, you're now getting quite technical with what needs to actually occur. So you've currently got this motion. You cannot make an amendment to this to remove number 3 because it's a direct negative. So what you would need to do is foreshadow a motion, which would be 1 and 2. You would then vote on this 1, 2, and 3. If that was lost, you would then go to your foreshadowed motion, which is points 1 and 2. So I'll explain that again. It's technical. Same result at the end of the day, but it's actually what you'll need to do is that you cannot adopt or put forward an amendment that simply pulls out number 3 because it's an actual direct negative.
Okay, I thank you, Mr. General Manager, for that clarification, and I apologise to Council for not realising that. So if there's no one speaking for 1, 2, and 3, but it's up there now, we can, as the General Manager alluded to, we can vote on it, and if it's defeated, then the foreshadowed motion that Councillor Wyatt has put up could then be considered. Is that clear? I'll say it again so we can be clear. We cannot vote to take something out of the motion that's been accepted by the mover. So we now have to, if necessary, defeat the motion that's before us, 1, 2, and 3, and then the foreshadowed motion that Councillor Wyatt has put up would be then considered. Okay, just 1 and 2. Councillor Riddington would like to ask a question still.
Would that be all right? Because I would really like to know, just before we either vote this down or vote it up, what Councillor Ring thinks of 3. I know Councillor Bain accepted it, which is fine, but I just need to know what Councillor Ring thinks of 3 before we do anything to it.
A direct question to you, Councillor Ring, and as a councillor, you can answer the question or you can say you'll take it on advisement. You don't have to answer any question put to you by another councillor, but if you wish to answer it, please do.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington, and thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will answer it to the best of my ability in this moment. In my opinion, from this this motion that's being put forward and we accept it, I thought my thinking was that if a report is if a report is provided to council and it stipulates like what this organisation is, what they're doing, and what has happened, then we can understand like why it was a good idea to waive that fee, and then going forward we have something to refer back to in looking at cultural tourism if for any reason there was to be more fees that needed to be waived from this organisation or others, and just so we had a record of why we did it, the good reasons behind it, and just, you know, a few of the different things that were in there. I think that explains it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Riddington, do you have another question?
Follow-up question, if I may. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Procedural question, Mr. Mayor and Mr. General Manager. Can we just leave it or are we going to foreshadow?
Are you foreshadowing
I think
number 1 and 2?
What's happened here is we're actually talking the same thing.
No, the question is...
So I'm going to just leave it as is because I'm worried. Yeah, I'm going to leave it as is because I actually think that 4 and 3 were my intent with 4. No, get rid of that. My intent with 4 was the same thing, and then we wordsmithed it and it changed. So I'm not foreshadowing a motion. Let's just vote on 1, 2, and 3 as they stand.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor White, for making that clear. And we'll close debate on the motion that's before us. And Councillor
Mr. Mayor.
Bain closes debate. Oh, sorry, you had your... I didn't see it. Sorry, Councillor Saul.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak on the whole proposal before we finish.
Yes, for sure. You can speak for or against the motion that's before us. And when no one else wishes to speak, I'll ask the mover in reply. So, Councillor Saul.
So again, just to clarify, we are now debating points 1, 2 and 3.
That's the motion, yes.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, the elephant in the room is the wider community. If we endorse this, what is their response? How do they feel about such actions and not having an involvement? I believe that the community should have more say before we start to sort of waive fees here and there. This morning, Mr Mayor, we've had our auditor speak to us on the importance of being economic managers and how important that is. And yet requests will continue to come in today and in future about different items, and to the requesters, if that's not good English, they will always want something for nothing. Again, this is the same situation. So I believe the thing is we shouldn't support this, and I do believe that the banks and others can give them money if they need to pay the licence fees, so everyone can be a part of the community and not segregate because of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sewell. And you touch on the fact that you'd like to consult with the community, but you've been elected by the community to make a decision here today. So that's how it's going to be. You can vote which way you like. Are there any further speakers? If not, I'll ask the mover in reply. Councillor Patterson, you wish to speak as well?
Yeah, sorry, and I don't mean to go around in circles at all, but I still believe that the business needs to have a buy-in. I won't be supporting this motion. The short-term lease, I believe, my question of this business is, have we got a business plan in front of us? No. Have we got any idea of, I read the letter that was a submission for this. There was no business plan. There was no possibilities and showing of what they were going to charge, what their possibilities of where they were going to get the boards from, who was going to maintain them, where they were going to store them. So I'm just a bit worried that we're backing something without proper acknowledgement. But I do once again still, I put a foreshadowed motion if this lapses, that we waive the application fee, support the business with council's knowledge and council's ability for advertisement within its own Facebook sites, etc. So then we actually are showing support, and I really take any sort of any person saying against that, but putting something forward like I'm saying is not being what's the word? Well, it's putting something like this is not showing support for Aboriginal community, because that is completely the opposite. I support the Aboriginal community in lots of their endeavours, but we just need to ask that part of the community to learn financially from the other part of the community that has business plans, that start businesses, that have businesses that can move into the future. So that's my issue, that we haven't got a business plan. We haven't got any sort of acknowledgement of what the fees and what the charges or what the expenses or where they're going to be held or how many times a week they're going to take these boards out or whatever it is. So, you know, it's a bit of a bland sort of thing, someone coming up to me and asking me to waive that fee when we don't know what the fees and what the actuality of this business is going to be. So I won't be supporting it, but I will be putting up a foreshadowed motion saying that we waive the application fee. Thank you.
Councillor Patterson, could you just clarify what your foreshadowed motion? You originally spoke in the committee of the whole that after 12 months we would refund money. Is that what
No, that was the thought bubble. My foreshadowed motion was the application fee be waived and council support the what are we called? Sorry again. Support the Southwest Rocks Fig Tree Descendants Aboriginal Corporation with council's ability to promote their business within council's structure, I suppose, which would be like Facebook sites, council sites, and just basic commercial business promoting that council's ability.
So, Councillor Patterson, I need to clarify here. You seem to be moving what the motion is. You're actually saying we're waiving the fees, and that's
Waive the fee. No, one fee, $150.
okay. A part of the fees.
There was two fees: application fee and a short-term lease fee. Waive the application fee.
Okay, thank you. That'll be your foreshadowed motion. If there's no further speakers, no, I'm asking Councillor Bain to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think cultural tourism provides good bang for your buck. Like we were talking about with the community things, it's bang for your buck. It is going to bring people into South West Rocks. It is going to be, it could potentially be a jewel in the crown of the tourist industry of New South Wales. There will be no precedent set. We're very, very clear that any further requests to waive a fee would still have to come in front of council. There's no change to our structural financial position. It fits our strategic plan through the economic development and the reconciliation action plan. I believe that in general, that our community supports the embracing of Indigenous culture in our valley. Fig Tree spend a lot of time working with children and young people connecting to country. There are massive social benefits for our community through Indigenous groups that are connected to country. For the sake of $1,200, I think we are getting very, very good value. And I believe if we do not support this, we are sending a very, very strange message to the Indigenous community who we recognise that there is a lot of work to do to re-establish positive relationships and respectful relationships, trustful relationships. So I commend this motion to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll now vote on the motion that's before us, which includes items of points 1, 2 and 3. And I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent from this motion? There are 3 voting against, and I then accept that there are 6 voting in favour. I declare the motion carried. Before we go on to item 9.7, we need to move a motion to extend past 1.
No, look, Jen, you should be. You only got 2 items left.
You hope. Right. Okay. 9.7. We've got a change of council meeting date in December 2022. It's changing it from the 20th of December to the 13th of December. It's on page 41. So do we have a mover for that motion? Councillor Saul moves that. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Saul, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this is a normal activity of council. In the past, we have moved such motions and approved such. That's just normal business. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wyatt.
Yeah, I'm bordering on dissenting to this because I and others here work full time. I apply for extended leave. I get approval for that to come to these meetings. I have approval for the 20th based on planning. I want it to be known that it's the planning, lack of planning is that I may not be able to attend the meeting on the 13th because I haven't applied for leave in advance. No way reflects badly on me. It's through no fault of my lack of planning. Is that, yeah, I acknowledge that it's Christmas time, but why didn't we think of that before? It's not that easy. Sometimes it's just not easy to go bang, let's change a meeting because there are consequences. So there's pluses and minuses. So I'm bordering on dissent, but I certainly acknowledge I wasn't here in the past, so I'm just focusing on the now. I could chuck a sickie, but that's not ethical. Yeah. So I may or may not be able to attend, and I don't want that. The community, I don't want that to reflect badly on me through my lack of planning, because my planning was to foreshadow with my supervisors that I would apply for extended leave.
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. And of course, we do not need an amendment to change it back to the 20th. If this is defeated, it still will be the 20th. Is that correct, Mr. General Manager? It will be. So, are there any further speakers on this? Councillor Bain, please.
I just wanted to note that I too have, make plans and fit my work schedule around council. My employer fully understands that council takes priority, and I was booked to work on December the 13th. However, I'm happy to forego a day's wages for the for council if
Well done.
if needed.
Thank you. Councillor Riddington, please.
Thank you. I'm happy to support it, but as everybody knows, I plan my holiday around it too. So it'll be really interesting to see if you've got a quorum.
Thank you, Councillor Riddington. Are there any further speakers? If not, I will put the motion. Is there any dissent from the motion before you? There are two dissenters, Councillor Wyatt and Councillor Bain. Thank you. I declare it carried. We're coming down the straight and we've only got two items left. So, we've still got the report. Wasn't that withdrawn? Oh, it has to be. Yeah. The report.
Oh, the normal.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be dealt with. So we've got delegation of authority to the General Manager at 9.8. Recommendations there before you from the staff. And it's a legal thing to go on. Councillor Patterson moved first. Seconded. Councillor Wyatt, I presume, yes? You can still speak. Councillor Patterson, would you like to speak to the motion, please?
Thank you. A delegation of authority to the General Manager is just part of operation, and yeah, not really too much to say. We spoke about it a bit last night, and I'm sure that the General Manager, whoever he may be, if he delegates his authority, if he's not here, I'm sure that they'll make the correct decisions for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Wyatt.
Yes, please. Totally 100% agree. I just wanted to make, if I had moved it, I just want to speak to it and say, I feel that a role of the council is to clarify, advocate or myth bust. And in this situation, I think there's a role here to do a little bit of myth busting. Delegations allow the business of council to operate. And like most companies or organisations, a CEO has delegation and responsibilities. But as stated here, there's a whole, in the text, there's a whole lot of things that are not allowed to be delegated to the GM, and these come to council for decision making. And this delegation here is not something that Kempsey Council clandestinely made up. That it is we didn't make it up. This is a standard set of delegations given to GMs like most other local government areas in New South Wales. With regard to the EP&A Act, which does cause some confusion and controversy, and I'm doing some learning around this as well. There are delegations given here too, and this is based on the Department of Planning Environment Best Practice Guidelines to Development Applications. There is delegation given here, but there is also some parameters. So there are delegations given for the General Manager to have development in that development assessment space, but there are some parameters such as number of opposing comments number of opposing comments. The alternative is if we do not give the delegation to the General Manager for the EP&A Act, this means that it will come to us as councillors. We will probably have to meet maybe once a week, if not once a fortnight. The decisions that we need to be made within 40 days, we will have to make a decision on every shared fence, pool, all of those things that come to council. Bear in mind that council staff have that experience in planning and compliance and environmental assessment. I'm sure most of them have qualifications in town planning, environmental assessment, socioeconomic studies and legal things. We don't, and we would require a lot of upskilling to make sure that lawful decisions are being made. And we would have to park our internal ethics to make sure that those are lawful. So I just want to be clear that there is an EPA delegation there to the General Manager for development it's done as a best practice guideline with with Department of Planning and Environment. There are allowances for some of those more controversial developments to come before council, and there's also some of those developments that are outside that scope that comes before council, and we saw that today. So I also commend that we approve this delegation, and I just wanted to be clear that that's a little bit of myth busting, I feel.
Thank you,
question is that correct in interpretation?
Thank you, Councillor Wyatt. Mr. General Manager will confirm.
Through Mr. Mayor, yes.
We like those sorts of answers. Thank you very much. Is there any further debate on the motion before you? I therefore will put the motion after I check with Councillor Patterson if he wishes to close debate.
Thank you, but Alex said everything I told her to.
Yeah. Councillor Wyatt, your correction, Councillor Wyatt, you meant to say Councillor Patterson. Right, I'll put the motion. Is there any dissent? I declare it carried. Excellent. Thank you very much. We now move on to the final item on our agenda, which is 10.1, Notice of Motion to Delegates Report on the Local Government New South Wales Annual Conference. I've put the motion up as a notice of motion, and I will move that the Council receive and note the report. I'm the mover. I need a seconder. Councillor Ferguson, I think your hand up went first. Speaking to the motion, the report is quite extensive. I thank every person who's put up a written report, and some people might want to make a verbal report now, but I also would like to highlight the final point of my summary, in that I thank Councillor Bain for all his work in reading every one of the 144 recommendations going to the local government conference. He summarised them and he put together an Excel document, which was excellent. Thank you, Councillor Bain, especially. But yes, for those people who haven't read it, I commend you for some fun reading, and you can read the report. I now ask, does anyone else wish to speak to this notice of motion?
Yes, please.
Councillor Saul, and then Councillor Wyatt, and then Councillor Patterson. Councillor Saul.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, in my two points you've mentioned there, you wrote in there. Also, we should mention that we had no senior ministers from the government or shadow ministers that I'm aware of on the first day. In past traditions, they would open the proceedings. We would have a comment from our Premier or the opposition, and they'll come in and discuss things. This time, this conference didn't seem to have the same weight and the same impact that other conferences in the past have done. And I felt very disappointed in that regard because, again, we had a few other MPs, but not the heavyweights we wanted there to be there, to give us confidence in government and to also ask questions directly to premiers and the lead opposition on different policies and such. And that was disappointing. So again, I felt like the conference either couldn't share a minister or didn't invite, or poorly done in that regard. The chair itself, I felt as an observer, was rushing through very quickly. Anything contentious seemed to be just done. And I was disappointed in that again. There was quite a few points there which are controversial and very progressive in nature and seemed to be pushed through without much further even commentary. It was just done, second, banged. And I'm disappointed with that again too. And lastly, and I'm disappointed that, I felt that we didn't have a real cross-section of feeling about the council. It seemed like our delegates had a position and they stuck to that, and there wasn't much variation in that. So again, I felt that wasn't the best outcome who could have, I felt they had positions on things and it went through. So again, I'm disappointed with the conference. The actual business side could be done better. And I hope in the future they do recognise that and come forward, because really it lacked a lot of substance and lacked a lot of involvement that we could have had from speakers and other points, which would have been a far better outcome for us to learn and to consider. But yes, again, finally, it was a case where I felt that we didn't have a cross-section of our council represented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Saul. Speaking list on this, we've got Councillor White, then Councillor Patterson, Councillor Riddington, Councillor Bain. So you can turn your lights off, and we'll now hear from Councillor White, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for producing that report, and apologies that I didn't prepare. I'm very sorry, and I'm sorry to the councillors for not producing a report. I also thanks, Arthur. You did provide
Councillor Bain, yeah.
Councillor Bain. Sorry, Councillor Bain. You did provide us with a SharePoint document where we could have put all of our comments in there, and whether we were pros, and you certainly did attend. You certainly did canvass our. Or there was the opportunity for us to canvass. I also thank Kerry, because you organised a few conversations with people during the conference as well. For me, I attended the session on universal design principles, which is essentially about inclusiveness, but not just in the disability sphere. It was fascinating. And there were 2 presentations on crime prevention and Everyone Can Play, which is about play equipment. And I think I mentioned to you yesterday, it's not just, making a good play equipment, but it's about making good play equipment that parents and carers want to go to as well, and that grandparents want to go to. So it was fascinating. And the crime one was really good as well. And I do agree with Councillor Saul to agree. It's a very intensive session, and Councillor Riddington last time described it like a council meeting on steroids, which it is. There's 160 motions to vote on. What I found interesting is that all the local government areas across New South Wales, we're experiencing the same things pretty much. How do we grow money on trees? How do we deliver the services and the programs with very limited budgets? Personally, I was super happy to have a couple of amendments adopted on the motions around, even though I didn't have delegation. Thank you for that. Around cultural heritage awareness, safety and training for councillors and staff, and also the one around establishing a planning and assessment emergency response team to help people deal with that planning and development process when they've had their flooding event or fire. We in council use the phrase better together, and I think that the local government conference is an example of that, and of the advocacy role that we have as councillors, where we can influence state and federal government systems and we can get better outcome for local communities. I think the Local Government Association is an example of better together, and I enjoyed it, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity for attending.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. As well, I thought the meeting was really good. It was quite interesting to see all the topics that came across through the 144. So right, yeah. I can't actually, all the motions, I can't actually remember hearing anything about tackling our power crisis, and I can't remember anything about our cost of living crisis that's being dealt with, and I thought those topics were very large, happening at the moment in our community. So just a note for the future. I think it's interesting that some particular councils, as a Bega, had probably a good dozen odd notices of motion up, and it was good to get the for us as councillors, and I did feel that we worked together pretty well, with lots of conversations, and Arthur was very, very backwards and forwards with us, so I thank him for that. I attended a get together on smart places, and there was 3 different parts to it, and one of them was that the first part presented by Rory Brown. It was 52 odd councils in Sydney area are in a organisation. I suppose it's like our local councils network that
Joint organisation.
Yeah. Anyway, their main focus was on climate change and equality, inclusion, ability, access, data security, analysing and sharing information. So many they were talking about state government projects and stuff, sharing best practice and integrating with constructions. It was quite interesting. They were speaking about the future development of the cities and how data was so important and all that. And I asked them a question. I said, well, if we're talking about the future, we've got a lot of existing, which isn't the future. Existing houses in Sydney, like Sydney's not made up of all brand new housing estates. There's lots of older areas, and it was one thing that they said, well, they haven't really addressed that because the majority of the population don't live in new houses. So that was something that they were going to go back and look more on. Then there was a resilience officer, and that there's a program initiated in 2015. There's 33 mayors in it. And once again, this is very city-centric, the councils. They talked about having a app on their phones or on their computers that they could access that showed the carbon output or of each particular council, whether it be through it could be through transport, it could be through industry, it could be through housing and development, and it was quite interesting that they really spoke a lot about approaching net zero and about reducing emissions and the carbon footprint and all that. And the question I asked them, and I said, well, at any stage they can press a button and tell you the complete carbon output of every one of these councils in the city, but at the same time, the question was to them, well, if you're counting a carbon output, is it a true carbon footprint? Because that's something that they said their technology can't handle, which was the carbon footprint. Let's just say, for instance, it might be that's the instance I gave them, might be solar panels. What's the carbon footprint of manufacture? What's the carbon footprint of use? What's the carbon footprint of end of life? So that's another thing that they are going to try and catch up on their technology and actually deliver real information to the community, because that's something that people never ever think of. They just think about the output. And then there was another guy called Tony Blunden. He was a speaker on Coastal Safety Group about Smart Beaches project, and they had 24 beaches across the Sydney area where they had video monitors, taking images every 15 minutes, and they were able to have a look at where the peak times were on their beaches, and they could also look at weather mapping, which showed from the Manly Hydraulics have a system that can show what waves are being reported on the beaches, what sort of surf conditions there is, and they were able to work out with that when's the best times that they needed to make sure that their coast guards or their surf lifesavers were on the job. There was no use having a heap of people when it showed that time of day, that time of year, or whatever it was, that there was hardly anyone on the beach. So they brought it up to real timing, so they could actually see where councils had a number of beaches and they might have had some extra lifeguards on a few of them, and they could see that one of their beaches through the imaging was having really big surf and had a large number of people on it, so they were able to move lifeguards to it straight away. So I thought it was quite interesting, and I definitely take away from this conference that it was very good to be amongst fellow councillors, and like Councillor White said, that we're all suffering from the same things.
Thank you very much, Councillor Patterson. Councillor Riddington, please, and then I'm going to have Councillor Bain and then Butterfield. Yes, I realise that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm very disappointed that Councillor Saul did not get the same benefit out of the conference that I particularly did. I beg your pardon? Yeah, but we all, can I
And
just,
don't interrupt, please.
I find that really rude.
Thank you. Councillor Whittington has the right to speak. Thank you.
And I was a delegate, and so was Councillor Bain, and so was the Mayor. And I thought we did quite a good collegiate job of sitting all together and getting everyone's point of view, especially Councillor Bain, who did a brilliant job. He didn't push his views onto us at all. We were allowed to look at every motion, figure it out for ourselves. I thought it was a really, really good conference. Maybe you were on a different conference, I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, I thought it was wonderful, and I thank the administration and I thank the Mayor very, very much, and especially when you put your motion up, it was highly successful. So I thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to suggest that we did have representation from the politicians. We had the Minister for Local Government, the Minister for Roads, the Shadow Minister for Local Government, Shadow Minister for Roads, and MP Robert Borsak on the Tuesday, but unfortunately some councillors weren't able to be there on the Tuesday, so that may have been why Councillor Saul feels that there wasn't the political dedication to it. There was also, I found it interesting that when we considered conference business, there were three. I've just picked three areas where we had very clear consensus within our councillors. One was around the RFS asset depreciation. One was around the electoral education. Thank you, Councillor Patterson. And the other one was clearly around federal assistance grants, that pushing for that 1%. And I believe that would impact on cost of living if would enable councils to address more cost of living if we were successful getting that 1%. Differences, which there were some very clear differences, and I think that's what Councillor Saul might have been referring to. The logging of public native forests, we didn't have consensus within our council on that. Small modular nuclear reactors, we clearly didn't have consensus on that. And clearing vegetation from waterways, we didn't have consensus on that. However, they were discussed. Surprises for me, there was broad support from the whole Local Government New South Wales Conference on recognition of frontier wars, disaster recovery, and thank you, Councillor Wyatt, for your amendments on that, and support for a publicly owned bank, which again impacts on cost of living. And that came from the Western regions, Western councils, where their initial proposal was to stop banks from closing, which it's understandable, you can't tell a private company what to do, but that returning to a publicly owned bank. So those were kind of highlights for me. I believe that yes, the motions went very, very quickly on the business day. However, that's why I provided that spreadsheet with all of so that people can have an opportunity to have a look at the motions prior to the day. If you've you've obviously been to conference before, Councillor Saul, you know how quickly it goes. It's bang, bang, bang. There's not a lot of time to wordsmith or anything like that. Everyone had the opportunity to read the motions and to put in their points of view. There was ample opportunity to discuss, which some councillors took advantage of and others didn't. And clearly idea of what was coming and what was happening. And as a voting delegate, I have a commitment to consensus democracy as part of my Greens view of the world. I have a commitment to consensus democracy, and I believe that I worked at that, and I believe in future any conference attendee should make a commitment to attending the whole conference, right, from the beginning to the end. And I think voting delegates should make sure that they are aware of any motions that are on the table and attempt to inform their colleagues and bring consensus. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now need a procedural motion before we come to Councillor Butterfield's contribution. A procedural motion to extend the meeting past 1 p.m. Councillor Bain is moving that. We need a seconder. Councillor Wyatt. It's a procedural motion. There's no debate. Is there any dissent moving the meeting past 1 p.m? If not, I declare it carried. And we resume debate and we come back to Councillor Butterfield. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd just like to congratulate Arthur for doing the spreadsheet. I was able to get in to do that. By the time I did, it was a little too late. And as for the conference, it was a bit of an eye-opener for me being the first time. It was very rushed. Sometimes even hard to keep up to what was going on. I wasn't able to attend the 2 days due to I was in Melbourne and our flight was cancelled, and then it was cancelled again and so forth. So that was my reason for not getting there. But I was keen to do one of the workshops because I've been here for like 3 months now, something like that. I've still got a lot to learn, so I figured something like this would be beneficial. But all in all, I thought like Arthur done a pretty good job with the spreadsheet, getting enough information. As we all sat around, I feel that we all got a fairly reasonable say. Alex was quite keen to be a delegate, I think. Councillor White, sorry, was quite keen to be a delegate. But yeah, overall, I think a lot of stuff that was passed through the day was good. Others we didn't agree with, but in all, I think for me personally, it wasn't a bad experience. So I rather enjoyed it. Looking forward to the next one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Butterfield. Any other speakers? If not, I will close debate. I thank everyone for their contributions today and in the written forms that were submitted by some of the councillors. It was it can't go without being mentioned that sending all 9 councillors to a conference is quite a substantive cost to council. It's also part of your personal development plan. But yes, we have to repay council and our community by taking that information, as I heard from quite a number of you in your reports, information that was new to you, really interesting information. For example, Councillor Patterson talking about smart places. He forgot to mention the fact that he put up a motion here that was forwarded to the local government conference and was voted unanimously in favour of by all the 500 or so delegates. So tremendous effort by all our councillors, and we all were in a learning frame with lots of those things. I also want to thank each and every one of you, whatever contribution you made, to make sure that that conference was something that's worthwhile to you. So I commend the motion to you that council receive and note the report. Is there any dissent? There is none. I declare it carried. The next thing after before I close the meeting, I've got to ask Mr. Farragut to read into our transcript what happened in confidential today, which was part of the block. Mr. Farragut?
Yep, so in relation to item 11.1 legal matters, as part of item 6, council resolved that council receive and note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor, promotion there for you, Mr. Farragut. Thank you very much. Motion, take your pick. At 1:02, I declare today's meeting closed and look forward to our participation on the 13th of December at the next council meeting.